오. 아 약간 이번 주에 좀 기대를 했거든요 사실. 약간 뭔가 요즘 게임 할 때마다 약간 좀 별로 승에 안 찬다라는 생각이 자주 했었는데 탱글타워를 약간 좀 기대를 하고 있었단 말이죠. 이번 주엔 시작해 보도록 할게요. 탱글타워 셋 파일 만들기. 소리가 좀 큰가? 좀 크다. 탱글타워 오후 중반. 호수 가장자리. 평균 풀타임 8시간이라고요? 나 한 6시간 생각했는데. 오 마이 갓. 일단 갑시다. 호수 가장자리 주인공인 것 같죠?
You ready, Sally?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Rumor, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Just checking.
Do you have a
아,
map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the
지도.
case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on.
더빙 미쳤다.
Did you read it?
Oh, did you read it? 발음 뭐야?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Oh yeah. 우와, 사건 파일, 살인 피해자 프레야 벨로 19살 플로라 벨로의 초상화를 그리는 도중 사망. 아버지인가요? 장소 플로라의 타. 플로라는 현장에서 초상화 모델로 포즈를 취하고 있었다. 프레아는 등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채 발견이 됐으며 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 현장에서는 어떠한 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 프레아가 끝내지 못한 그림 속 주인공은 칼을 들고 있었다. 칼끝의 빨간색은 물감이 아니다. 피인 것으로 확인했다. 그럼 이 칼이 범행 도구인가? 지금부터 시작된 건가? 나 지금부터 그거 해야 되나? 이렇게 우와. 이렇게 볼 수 있군요. 이 칼이 요 칼. 얘가 프레야 죽은 애야. 얘가 얘를 그리다가 얘가 뭘 그리다가 얘가 플로라의 초상화를 그리다가 죽었다. 그럼 이 칼 들고 있는 사람이 플로라겠군요. 오케이 확인. 여기서 어떻게 나가 근데? 이렇게 오케이. 따라하기
It's
금지라고요?
moist. It's
왜요?
not muddy.
땅에 젖었어. 하지만 진흙투성이는 아니야. 근데 더빙 너무 좋다. 이거
When are often it rains here?
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
미쳤다. 더빙 뭐야? 발음 뭐야? 흥미로울지 정말 기대돼. 이거 소리 제가 좀 잘 듣고 싶어서요. 살짝 조정 좀 할게요. 혹시 소리 안 들리면 말씀해 주세요. 뭐 해야 되지?
It's a guard, I think. It's currently
정원이야 내
far
생각엔
away.
여기서 오케이.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
우와 발음 미쳤다. 나도 발음 좋고 싶다. 이렇게 지도가 있군요. 너무 귀엽다. 너무 귀엽다. 생하 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 여기로 이렇게 움직이는 거군요. 정원. 우와.
It's a
I
stone.
think it's supposed to look like
나
that.
마우스 잘 클릭해야겠다. 이게 금방 넘어가네요.
It's an egg.
It's an egg.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Fish Master.
Playing a harp.
Harp.
playing a harp.
Playing a harp.
Hang on a second.
나 발음과 목소리에 치이는 중인데. What? 자세히 한번 볼까요?
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Yes.
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
아직 yet? 오케이. 이 퍼즐은 아직 풀 수 없을 것 같습니다. 왜요? 제가 풀면 어떻게 되는데요? 풀어봐도 돼요? 못 풀겠어요. 죄송해요. 안 깜칠게요.
Let's come back later.
와 근데 더빙 진짜 잘했다. 뭐예요?
It must do something.
더빙 퀄리티 뭐야? 뭐야?
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
발음 뭐야? 미치겠어. 기호강 하고 있는 것 같아. 하프 동사. 큰 하프를 들고 있는 낡고 풍화된 양서류 동사. 하프 기둥 네 부분에 기호가 새겨져 있다. 이것들을 풀면 되는 거 아니에요? 종, 주둥이, 피아노, 뿅아리. 어허. 아 이렇게. 어허. 이걸 지금 한다고 뭐가 되진 않겠죠?
I'm
Should we take another look?
아 그냥 원래 이거네.
Let's come back later.
오케이. 다른 것도 볼 게 있나
It's
한번
full of the
찾아볼게.
same weird water that was in the lake.
아 물이 아니라 그랬지. 진흙이.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
오.
It's a cassette tape.
오.
Or it used to be.
오. 우와. 손상된 테이프. 카세트 테이프는 물에 젖어 손상됐다. 라벨의 잉크는 번져서 알아볼 수 없다. 이거 피 아니야? 탱글타워. 종이에 그려진 작은 그림. 뒤에 메모가 적혀있다. 이곳은 현재는 탱글타워로 불리지만 하단부에 저택이 연결된 두 개의 탑이 있을 뿐이다. 원형의 호수에 둘러싸여 있다. 호수물은 이상한 색이다. 호수는 깎아지른 듯한 절벽에 둘러싸여 있다. 절벽은 너무나 가파르고 매끄러워 오를 수 없다. 탱글타워에는 현재 두 가문이 거주한다. 펠로우 가문과 포인터 가문. 아 여기 누구 한 분, 여기 이렇게 가 한 분. 아 오케이. 말고는 또 볼 거 있나? 안 본 거 있나? 없네요. 밤하 안녕하세요. 방금 시작했습니다.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
스푸키 하우스. 와하 안녕하세요.
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
귀엽다.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think
Is
it's
it working?
No.
얘는 뭐야?
What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
귀엽네요.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
자기들끼리 얘기해줘서 좋다. 내가 더빙을 안 해도 되네. 움직여 볼까요? 정문, 탱글타워. 오가 빠져 있다.
What?
Oh, there's an O on the floor.
아 여기 있구나.
Oh yeah.
오냐.
Tangle Tower.
Tour. 왜 저렇게 좋아해? Tour이란 거에.
What?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
tour.
종인가요?
Should we ring the doorbell?
더빙 이 정도면 들을 수 있지 않을까 해서 눈 감았는데 한마디도 못 알아들었어요. 초인종을
Why
눌러야
would we
하나?
not?
오. 무슨 초인종이 이렇게 길어?
It's a little melody.
나 길다고 생각했는데. 길지 않아. 벨은 그냥 띵덕 아니면 아 이렇게 해야 되는 거 아니야? 그거 치곤 너무 길잖아. 무슨 벨을 저렇게 길게 쳐요. 채하 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 아 나랑
Do you think
별로
he'll
안
start to
통하네.
move if we try to go inside?
No. I think he'll just silently judge us.
들어가 봅시다.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
아 더빙 목소리가 너무 매력있네. 이렇게 해서 들어갈 수 있나요 그러면은? 아 이렇게 여기 먼저 가볼까요? 집 먼저? 헉, 되게 신기하게 움직인다. 되게 신기하게 이렇게 돌아다닌다.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky
얘 너무
mansion.
좋아하는데? 얘 약간 이런 거 좋아하는 애인가 봐. 이 여자애는 셀리라 그랬나? 셀리.
It's not that spooky, really.
응 맞아. 그렇게 으스스하진 않아. 아 이렇게 갈리는구나. 아까 무슨 가문이라 그랬죠? 어쩌고 포인터는 생각나. 포인터는 생각나.
Don't ruin this.
A big letter F.
Big letter F.
Of course.
Of course.
Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
그렇죠. 펠로우. 오케이.
This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
진짜 더빙 엄청
How very
매력있다.
perceptive of you.
피곤한 통찰력인데 오, 잘 돼 있네요? 이 뭐라 그래? 번역 되게 잘 돼 있네. 한국어를 좀 아는 사람이 번역을 했네. 너무 당연한
It's
소리를
not
냈다.
locked.
여긴 잠겨 있나요?
A door.
A
Oh,
door?
what's behind it?
A room.
A room? 그치.
Stairs.
Stairs.
그걸 물었겠니? 뭐해 얘네들. 이건 액자인가?
Finally, we get to investigate.
not
Don't
that
ruin this.
같은 얘기구나. 얘는 뭐예요?
It's a big glass tube.
이물도
Filled
그물인가?
with water.
호수물?
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore.
Anymore? 일단 뭔가 움직여봐도 될 것 같아.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
쓸데없는 소린가 봐요. 오케이. 되게 느낌 좋다 근데. 이렇게 움직일 수 있구나. 여기가 이제 뭐라고요? 펠로우? 펠로우. 그리고 이쪽이 포인터. 오케이. 그러면은 사람의 심리상 왼쪽 먼저 가게 된대요. 저는 사람의 심리를 거스르겠습니다. 오른쪽 먼저 갈게요.
Let's head to the crime scene first. It's at the top of the West Tower, I think.
거스르지 말래요. 사람의 심리를. 왼쪽 탑 꼭대기. 오케이. 플로라의 탑. 칼 들고 얘를 그리다 죽은 거잖아. 그쵸? 얘가 칼을 들고 있었고.
Let's take a look at that painting first.
아니 나는 저 여자부터 확인하고 싶어요. 니네가 뭔데 내 행동을 박아. 니네가 뭔데 날 조종하려 들어. 할게.
There it is.
There is
The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
Flora Fellow. 오케이.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
그쵸?
Looks that way.
프레야는 그림을 끝내지 못했다. 작업 중 사망했기 때문이다. 플로라는 칼을 들고 있는 것처럼 보인다. 그 끝에 있는 빨간 물질은 피인 것으로 확인되었다. 너무 수상하죠? 개 수상하죠? 완전 수상해버렸죠? 그림 잘 그렸다. 느낌 좋네.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this
움직여!
creepy.
어머, 쟤 움직여!
Maybe it's just because
쟤
she
움직여!
never
움직인다고 나 대사를 못 봤어.
There's something wrong with the crime scene.
얘도 움직여!
And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
살인 무기를 찾지 못했다고? 저도 칼이 살인 무기 아니야? 우와. 뭐뭐가 살인에 사용됐다. 대상은 이게 영어여가지고 지금 잘못된 거죠. 뭐뭐가 살인됐다. 이 뭐뭐가를 지금 제가 고르면 되는 거죠. 칼이 없는데? 2134 이렇게. 이것도 내가 골라야 되는 건가? 완전히 덮은 것은. 나 모르겠어. 뭘 해야 돼? 생각해보자. 얘를 완전히 덮은 것은, 프레야를 완전히 덮은 것은 초상화가 아닐까? 초상화다. 하지만 그것은 얘 있던데 초상화? 왜냐면 프레야가 그것을 거기 둬서. 뭔 소리야 이게? 아무거나 일단 그러니까 뭐 어떻게 하는 건지 한번 해볼게요.
Freya Fellow is completely covered in Flora's portrait because Freya put it there.
와, 이건 진짜 영어 공부하는 것 같았다. 이렇게 해서 찾는 거구나. 그림이 프레야를 공격한 것과 어떤 연관이 있나? 먹으려고 했나?
Freya Fellow is completely covered in Flora's portrait because Freya was going to eat it. That's not right.
그림 속 칼에 피가 묻어있다. 무슨 뜻일까? 피? 2134 침착해. 이걸로 기절시켜버린 거 아닐까? 대상은 프레야.
Flora's portrait was used to knock out Freya fellow because
단순하게
Freya
가라고요?
put it there. That's not right either.
이거보다 단순할 수 있어? 그림 속 칼에 피가 묻어있다. 뭔 소리일까? 뭐 어쩌라고. 아 여러분 침착할게요. 저 잠깐 게임에 집중 좀 할게요 여러분. 그림 속 칼에 피가 묻어있다. 무슨 뜻일까? 그림 속 칼에 피가 묻어있다고요? 칼로 찔렸겠죠 뭐. 근데 칼이 없잖아. 플로라가 칼을 들고 있으면 그 끝에 묻은 거는 피다. 왜냐면 그것이 나 어떡해. 나 능지 어떡해. 아 너무 민망하다.
Flora fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
현장에 사라졌다?
Flora fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right either.
아 왜? 근접했다며. 다 해봐.
Flora fellow is holding a knife tipped with
손동작이
blood
바뀌었어.
because
정답인 거 아니야?
Freya put it there. That's not right either.
아 왜? 그림 속 칼에 피가 묻어있다. 피로 찔렀겠지. 피가 안 사라졌잖아. 아 피가 안 사라졌죠. 이틀로 될까? 아 왜 그런 말을 해요? 아까 칼에 들고 있어. 그 끝에 묻은 건 피다. 왜냐면 어잉? 어잉?
Flora fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. That's not right either.
뭔 소리야? 이건 맞아요? 첫 번째 건 맞다? 아 다들 조용히 하세요. 제가 한번 해볼게요. 나 이거 지금부터 하나하나 대조하는 거 해봐요. 아니? 할 수 있어. 뭔데? 이거 아니야? 얘는 맞는 거 아니야? 땡땡이가 얘가 칼을 들고 있으며 일부러 그러는 거예요? 뭐가 일부러 그러는 거예요? 빨간 물감이다? 아니잖아 이거는. 이게 제일 쉬운 건데. 그러니까 누가 봐도 이게 제일 쉬울 거란 걸 저도 알아요. 나는 왜 이러고 있냔 말이야. 피다. 피는 현장에서 안 사라졌어. 프레아가 그것을 거기 두어서? 뭔 소리야? 안 맞잖아. 프레아가 그것을 먹을 거여서 지 피를 왜 먹어? 물어봐 놓고 조용히 하래. 아예 죄송해요. 그림 속 칼이 튀어나와서 찌는 건 아니죠? 그쵸? 뭐뭐가 사용됐다. 이건 아니야. 이건 이번에 쓰는 거 아니야. 이것도 아니야. 이것도 아니야. 훈수하고 싶어요. 아 죄송해요. 자 천천히 해볼게요. 봐. 뭐는 누군가를 기절시키는데 사용됐대요. 얘인가 혹시? 얘가 얘를 기절시키는데 사용했나? 플로라의 초상화를 이렇게 엎어가지고 프레아를 액 하면서 기절시킨 거지. 나 지금 점점 산으로 가고 있죠. 죄송해요. 근데 봐봐. 얘랑 이렇게 했을 때는 거의 다 왔다 그랬어. 봐. 이렇게 하잖아. 근접하대. 하나만 바꿔보래.
Flora fellow is holding a knife tipped with a paintbrush because it stabbed Freya. That's not right either.
상상하지 말고 보이는 걸로 해요. 난 보이는 게 이건데? 빨간 물감? 그림 속 칼에 피가 묻어있다? 아 그림 속 칼에?
Flora fellow is holding a knife tipped with red paint because it stabbed Freya. That's not right either.
어쩔 TV?
Flora fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but Freya stole it. That's not right either.
어쩔 TV? 와, 나 어떡해?
Flora fellow is holding a knife
피가 현장에
tipped with
사라졌었나?
blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right either.
수채를 바꿔봐요. 얘로?
Freya fellow is holding a knife dipped with blood, but it was removed from the
그래,
scene.
이 게임에 힌트가
That's
있다고
not right
들었거든요.
either.
아, 여기 있네. 진짜 개빡치게 안 해. 이거 틀려 먹었어? 그럼 이건 맞나 봐. 아니, 그러면은 이게 맞네. 땡땡이가 칼을 들고 있으면 얘가 칼을 들었나 혹시? 플로라의 초상화가 칼을 들었구나. 아, 일부러 그러는 거죠. 뭘 일부러 그래요? 아니, 이거랑 뭐 그다르다고. 짜증나. 짜증나. 열받아. 아, 플로라의 초상화가 칼을 들고 있었구나. 플로라가 아니라. 오케이. 여러분 이해했어요. 오케이 이해했어요. 이 게임이 나한테 뭘 바라는지 알았어. 얘가 들고 있는 게 아니라 얘가 들고 있었다고. 그걸 바랬다고 나한테. 오케이. 얘가 칼을 들고 있었대. 그리고 그 끝에 묻은 게 피래. 왜냐면은 프레아를 찔렀기 때문이야. 그럼 프레아는 찔린 채로 그림을 그린 거예요?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife dipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
What?
Weird, huh?
이상.
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting?
에라.
Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
남자가 저런
See any
캐릭터군요.
other knives
내가
around
저
here?
남자의 정답을 푼다고 내가 지금 이주라를 했던 거야?
Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
그래, 그림이 어떻게 살인을 해? 장난해? 헉, 뭐야? 어머, 분위기 뭐야? 헉, 분위기 뭐야? 분위기 대박이야. 뭐야? 여러분 혹시 채팅창 위치는 괜찮으신가요? 딴 데로 좀 옮겨드릴까요? 난 요쯤으로 가야 될 것 같은데. 일단 하자. 알고 있는 거 맞아요? 몰라요. 자, 이제 이 여자를 한번 건드려 볼게요. 목 짱기로.
Flora fellow?
Blair? 우와.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still
목소리
in
미쳤다.
some distress.
We need to ask you a few
가오나 씨 같아.
questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
그치.
For now.
이건 뭐예요? 첫 만남? 이게 뭔데?
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I
신기하게
don't really know
움직인다.
anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
뭐야? 이건 아까 한 건가 말을?
Flora
한 거구나.
fellow?
아니, 똑같은 거 또 듣게 됐네요.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
우와,
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm
이거
afraid.
배송 못
Did
하나요?
you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing.
클릭하면
do?
넘어가요?
Not sure.
멈추는데?
She's entitled to her
For
silence.
now.
아, 이렇게.
Freya was
어제.
painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
가오나 씨
Was
같아요.
this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
응.
Nope.
Mm.
But at least we can say we tried.
진술?
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something?
응.
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
하겠냐? 머리카락 너무 신기하다.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
그래픽을 어떻게 한 거지? 진짜 신기하다. 일단 확실한 거 하나 있어요. 느낌상 얘는 아니야. 느낌상 얘는 아니야. 이건 뭘까? 쿵쿵쿵 저 병철인데용. 프레야다. 아 이렇게.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window?
이건
Were you
뭘까?
close with Freya?
아.
How are you two related?
어.
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
노려봤다. 이렇게. 이런 거에 대해서도 물어볼 수 있나요?
Did you ask Freya to paint this?
아.
Or was it her idea?
근데 얘는 대답
What
안
is that
해주잖아
you're
어차피.
holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
얘 대답도 안 해주는 거 다 물어봐야 돼요? 진짜 쓸데없는 거 그냥 아예 쳐다도 안 보는구나. 눈을 감는데? 야 눈 떠. 사람이 묻잖아 지금. 사람이 네 앞에 있잖아. 뭘 노려봐. 일단 이것도 한번 볼까요?
Is that a gramophone?
I think so.
I think so.
Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
레코드 대신에 카세트 테이프를 재생한다. 방 중앙을 향해 놓여져 있다. 이것도 중요한 건가? 방 중앙을 향해 놓여져 있다. 이게 왜 굳이 적혀있지? 나팔부터 테이프 넣는 곳까지 뚜렷하게 금이가 있다. 거기만 금이가 있는 것 같아요? 다 금가 있는데요?
What about the cassette tape?
It sure is pink.
핑크. 핑크. 우와 귀여워. 뭐야? 테이프가 근데 좀 나오는가 보다. 그쵸? 카세트 중앙에 금이 가 있다. 라벨에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 프레야에게. 이런 거 안 봐도 되겠죠? 이렇게? 필요 없겠지?
Do you think it still
채팅창
works?
위치가 되게 애매하네.
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
틀어보자. 아 이거 우와. 어머. 들리세요? 들리시냐고요?
It's piano music.
어디까지 재생되는 거지? 뭔가 막 끝에 막 녹음돼 있고 그런 거 아니야? 다 안 들어도 돼요? 걷는 소리가 나. 개소리도 안 나.
Weird.
응. 근데 이게 재생되는 것부터 이상한 거 아니야 지금? 저렇게 망가졌는데? 하긴 두동강 난 테이프도 재생이 되는데 저거라고 재생이 안 되었어.
It's someone humming a tune.
신기하다. 얘는 뭘까요?
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
원석의 위치를 바꿔봐. 뒤에 단서를 보려면 R을 회전해. 오케이 침착해. 네가 뭘 해야 되는지 침착하게 생각해봐. 자 봐. 보라색이랑 노란색이 이어져 있어요. 보라색이랑 노란색이 이어져 있어요. 연두색이랑 빨간색이 이어져 있어요. 호이차? 이거 혹시 맞춰줘야 되나? 이거 아씨 뒤집혀져 있는 거죠 이거. 아 뒤집혀져 있는 건가? 다르게 생겼는데? 그냥 대충 짝만 맞춰볼게요. 연두색이랑 파란색, 연두색이랑 돼 있네. 왜 연두색이랑 파란색이라고 생각했지? 얘는 뭐야? 연두색이랑 빨간색인데? 나 뭐 본 거야? 어? 나 뭘 봤어 방금? 보라색? 어... 어... 어? 행? 행? 행?
Nope.
Did you check the clue on the back? I'm pretty sure it explains where to put each of the gems.
짜증나. 님들 시간 오래 걸립니다. 하실 거 있으면 하시고 오세요. 왜 싫어? 아니야 싫지 않아. 머리를 일단 써야 된다는 건 이해했어. 근데 쓰기 싫어요. 파란색, 연두색. 여긴 이거랑 이건 됐어. 다른 파란색은 보라색이랑 이어져 있어야 돼요. 다른 파란색은 보라색이랑 이어져 있어야 돼. 그리고 빨간색은 연두색이랑 이어져 있어야 돼. 하나는 이어놨어. 그럼 다른 빨간색은 파란색이랑 이어져 있어야 돼. 응? 응? 파란색, 보라색, 파란색, 빨간색. 응? 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 침착해. 나 뭘 보고 하고 있는 거지? 근데 제가 뭘 봤는지 기억이 안 나요. 침착해. 침착해. 아무도 너한테 빨리 하라고 하네. 분홍색. 된 거 아닌가?
I guess that's wrong.
What's the deal with those lines? Must mean something.
폰으로 찍어서 하는 건 어때요? 원석의 위치를 바꿔봐. 내가 이걸 본다고 뭘 알까? 봐봐. 엉켜있는 게 뭐가 있다 그랬어요. 왜 엉켜있는데? 그래 왜 엉켜있고 그래. 엉켜있게요 사람이요. 머리 쓰기 힘들게 말이야. 왜 엉켜있고 그래. 손 모양이 같은 거야. 손 모양도 신경 써야 돼요. 이 미친 사케들. 그냥 대충 짝만 맞추면 됐지. 짝만 맞추면 됐지. 사람을 이렇게 힘들게 하고 말이야. 길다란 거. 아니야 여러분 저 화 안 냈어요. 즐거워서 그래요. 너무 오랜만에 이런 게임을 한다는 사실에 즐거워가지고 그래요. 진짜임. 진짜 즐거움. 진심임.
No, that was it.
오케이. 찍으셨구나. 네 찍었습니다.
Nice work.
Nice work. Thank you.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue.
그치,
And
그치.
empty egg is a clue, right?
속이 빈 알. 잠금을 해제하면 열어볼 수 있다. 현재는 비어있다. 오케이. 다른 걸 한번 찾아볼까요? 붓?
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
팔레트는 여러 물감과 어쩌고. 오케이. 왼손잡이네요. 대박.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle.
심장을 관통해서 찔린
No
건가?
real
뒤에서 찔린
signs of a
건가?
struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채 발견됐으며 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 헉! 그럼 뒤치기 당한 게 아닌 건가? 캔버스랑 굉장히 가까웠다요. 방금 캔버스랑 굉장히 가까웠다 그랬잖아. 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다? 뭘 보란 거야 근데 나한테 여기는 뭔데? 여기는 먼 걸 보라는 건가? 여기는 여기가 여기 사이가 먼 걸요? 그걸 보라는 건가요? 난 잘 모르겠어요. 뭘 보란 거야, 셀리야?
There's a seal.
Her feet were right
So?
up. So she was probably standing.
Let's check the case file again.
난 봐도 모르겠어. 침착해. 모를 수도 있지.
Freya's painting supplies.
한쪽에 모두 금이 가 있다. 왜 다 금 같다 그래? 일단 그냥 단서만 다 그거 할게요.
So
Looks that way.
일단 단서만 호딱호딱 봅시다. 다 본 거 같죠 근데? 여긴 다락인가?
That's the only door in and out of the room.
it's also on the floor.
어허.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there. Half the room.
I don't know if you can call it. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
갑작스러운 벽의 부재. 일단 뭔가 여기서 볼 건 다 본 것 같아요. 나가볼까요? 아 문이 바닥으로 넘어진 거예요? 아 밑에 문이 달린 게 아니라 문이 여기 있다가 하 이렇게 돼가지고 문이 저렇게 된 거야? 넘어진 거야? 아 오케이. 일단 나가보겠습니다. 위에부터 한층 내려가 볼까요? 귀엽다. 여기 뭐야?
Sir?
Sir?
Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather
술 챘나?
Felix Fellow at your
Felix
beck and
Fellow.
call.
And this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you
아저씨 술
two.
챘죠?
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures.
숨겨진
That's
보물?
what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
저 아저씨 말 실수했군.
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer slash treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like cursed statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here
백수네요.
with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
플로라가 딸이라는 거야 뭐야? 플로라 남편. 아 그럼 피오나가 딸인 거예요? 아 오케이.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty
되게
business.
와이프랑 다르게 말이
Very
되게 많다.
unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best
이 아저씨도
in
뭘
your
숨기고 있는 것
investigation.
같네요. 뭘 아는데
You're
말 안
that
하는
Grimoire?
것 같아.
We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
I just... It's,
아까까지 그렇게 말이
there's
많더니
not
이제 말할 게
much to
별로
tell.
없대.
Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's... working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
이 시기 말 안 한다. 중요한 거 말 안 한다. 꾸하 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 중요한 걸 저렇게 쏙 빼놓고 말 안 해?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air.
Oh,
Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the
누군가
stairs.
계단을 내려가는 소리를
Just
들었어. 바로 내 방
outside my
밖에서.
room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
아, F가 들어가면 펠로우 가문, P가 들어가면 포인터 가문이에요? 아, 이거 되게 F랑 P 발음하기 좋은, 발음 공부하기 좋은 게임이네요. 근데 방금 너무 많은 정보가 내 머릿속에 들이닥쳤어. 기억 하나도 못했어요. 하다 보면 알겠죠? 오케이.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20
일단 어제 살인 장소에
years
굉장히
now.
많은 사람들이 있었다.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a
지금은
question.
플로라랑 사이가
She
별로
hasn't
좋지
gone quiet
않다.
on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Other, well, yes, other people, you know. Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall.
그랜더의
You should
족보가
take a
있대요.
look at it.
아,
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
오호.
You're the one currently basking
야,
in
씨, 말이
its
너무 많아. 근데
presence.
다 눌러봐야 될 것 같아.
You tell me.
Let's move on.
아, 좋은 생각. 이런 거 모르면 말해주는가?
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor
Do you
shape.
know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
뭔가 이 아저씨한테는 이런 거, 이거는 물어볼 수
Does
있겠다.
Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never
뭐야 이
managed
아저씨
to
나는
work
게
out
뭐야?
what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
저 아저씨는 아는 게 뭐야? 아는 게 뭐냐고.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
저 아저씨한테 안 물을래. 안 물어봐도 될 것 같아 뭔가. 이런 거나 볼까요?
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
상자의 자물쇠 조합을 찾으려면 보물지도를 사용해. 용. 아, 용이 있고 X가 있고 섬이 있고 나무. 용이 있고 X가 있고 섬이 있고 나무. 이거? 3I? 근데 새도 있는데? 새도 있었는데? 아니 뒤집어서 봐도 되나? 오케이. 새가 더 뒤에 있는 거겠죠? 나무보다? 아이씨. 씨, 난 이렇게 하면 난 날 뒤집어서 본단 말이야. 난 날 뒤집어서 봐. 나무 어디 있는겨? 왼쪽에 용이 있고 나 섬이 있고 나무가 있고 한 이쯤인가? 여기서 봐도 보일 것 같지 않아요? 여기서 봐도 한 이쯤에서 봐도 보일 것 같은데 근데 새가 마음에 걸려. 새가 오른쪽엔 없잖아. 사진 찍어요 주인님. 아니야. 또 사진 찍지 않겠어. 이거 봐봐. 이렇게 하면 보면은 새는 아니야. 새가 더 뒤에 있는 건 맞겠죠? 나무가 새보다는 더 가까이 있는 거잖아. 내가 X에 서 있어. 내가 X에 서 있는 것 같아. 내가 X에 서 있고 오른쪽에 섬이 있어야 되고 새가 더 가까이 있나? 그러면 얘 아닌가? 그럼 여긴 것 같은데. 이거 맞는 것 같은데. 이거 맞는 것 같지 않아요? 여기서 이렇게 보면은 여기서 이쪽 방향, 서쪽 방향을 이렇게 딱 보고 있으면 맞는 거 아닌가? 아이고 힘들어. 여기가 어디야? H6 서쪽 방향. 아니면 뭐 또 다시 보러 가면 되지.
I did it.
Yes.
What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
아, 책상 위에 조각상이 있었군요. 초록 머리를 한 아이의 형상, 회색 머리를 한 여자의 형상, 빨갛고 하얀 새의 형상. 이거는 아까 그 플로라 아니야? 플로라? 이건 지 아니야? 큰 어깨를 가진? 이거 딸인가 보다. 빨간 물감통과 부시래요. 이거는 왜 잘 풀지? 어이없음. 아 저기야. 저 어이없어.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
저 같은 박대가 있게 못하겠네요. 괜찮아요. 저 아까 엄청 헤맸어요. 저 아까 한 몇 분간 헤맸음. 제일 첫 번째 문제에서 헤맸음. 흑진된 조각상. 이건 작인 것 같죠? 이게 프레야예요? 아, 얘 프레야구나. 그럼 자기 딸은? 아, 그 족보 좀 다시 보고 오고 싶다.
An old...
Probably cursed.
딴
The
거는
entire room is made of
Oh,
wood.
it's not just made. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
와, 이 아저씨 지독한 컨셉 중이네. 지금 자기 그 막 보물 탐험꾼이라고 방을 이렇게 꾸며놓은 거예요?
It's a drinking
Is it full
horn.
of ale?
Right now, it's just
No.
딱히 볼 건 없어 보인다,
the
그쵸?
entire room.
Oh, it's not just. I think it's the actual hull of a ship. It's a
I've
barometer.
never seen a barometer that wasn't.
오케이, 나갑시다. 나가도 될 것 같아요. 뭔가 볼 수 있는 거 다 본 것 같아요. 여기는 아직 잠겨있네. 그럼 밑에 방으로 한번 가볼까요? 아, 제작자의 정성을 위해 다클릭. 프레야의 방이다. 아, 그림을 좋아했네. 얘 방은 왜 이렇게 층고가 낮아요? 곰돌이. 돼지인가?
Freya's bear.
아, 곰이네.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
곰이 힘들 게 뭐 있어. 인형인데. 이것도 핀가?
Even though we're halfway up a tower,
응?
someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Painting supplies. That painting.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere?
Hang on. There's a
Hang
smaller
on.
version down by
It's
the...
a photograph.
이건 사진? 그림을 찍은 사진? 프레아의 추상화를 찍은 사진? 이게 프레아예요? 이게 프레아라고? 이게 어떻게 프레아야? 이게 어떻게 사람이야? 아, 프레아의 그림을 찍은 사진. 아, 오케이 이해했어요. sorry. sorry.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit
It's a
messy.
perfectly healthy amount of messy.
여기 뭐가
It's a
있구만.
little glass
I
box.
think it's a
Come again?
vivarium. See the leaves and
사육장?
twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Not the
Lighting
kind of
없다고?
lamp I choose for my bedroom, but
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
여기 또 뭐가 있다.
drawings taped up on the wall.
국어 능력이 떨어지시는 거구나. 에, 약간 그것 쪽으로 좀 약합니다.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
얘는 아까 말했던 파피라는 애가 있고 피피가 누구야? 얘는 누굴까? 어린 정원에 있는 한 남자와 여자가 서 있는 그림. 남자는 빨간 장미를 들고 있다. 어린 여자를 그린 그림이다. 망토를 입은 사람의 그림. 내가 그린 그림? 어쩌고.
It's a fish, I think.
I think it looks more like a whale.
나는 피쉬로 봐.
Fine, it's a whale.
No fish.
Could also be a shark.
아니 fish. 그냥 fish라고 하면 되지. 다 본 거 같죠 여기서도?
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
여기는 환풍구 같은
Do you
건가?
think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a
그래
weird
이렇게
shape.
층고가 낮은데 어떻게 여기가
No
방이야?
windows either.
창문도 없대.
Do you think this was
I don't
no
know.
windows either?
오케이 일단 뭔가
Brushes.
They're clean, but they look pretty.
여기서 볼 건 다 본 것 같아요. 자, 더 클릭해봐요. 지금 다 클릭해보지 않았어요? 더 클릭해봐야 되나?
Do you think this was
I
all
don't know.
no windows either?
이제 다 클릭해본 것 같은데? 이런 그림?
Did Freya paint those animals
Mm.
on her ceiling?
They're kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger.
거기 그거.
Not the kind
It's
of
cool. Looks like old mining.
얘?
It's a little wooden box.
To the casual observer, maybe.
아하.
They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
붓을 바꿔서 올바른 순서를 찾아 종이 퍼즐을 맞춰 단서를 찾아. 붓을 바꿔서 올바른 순서를 찾아. 종이 퍼즐을 맞춰서 단서를 찾아. 아, 종이 퍼즐을 맞춰서 붓을 올바른 순서를 찾으라는 거죠. 아, 오케이. 저거를 해석해야 되고 앉았네. 아, 얘는 또 퍼즐이야? 왜 이래? 왜 이래? 여기다. 얘는 요거고. 얘는 여긴가? 얘는 여기고. 얘는 여기고. 이건 여기고. 이건 여기. 얘는 여기. 어쩔? 자, 이게 단서라 그랬단 말이야. 아, 어디가 맨 위에요? 이거 뒤집어서 봐야 되나? 엥? 아, 이걸 뒤집어서 봐야 되는 건가? 이거 내가 못 맞춘 건가? 뭐야 이게? 일단 저 이 짝대기가 얘라는 건 알겠어요. 얘가 여기 위에 올라가야 된다는 걸 알겠어. 잘 맞췄죠? 오케이. 자, 띵킹 침착해. 띵킹해. 띵킹하면 안 될 것도 다 돼. 오케이. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯. 일단 여기 연두색이 있어야 돼요. 그리고 여기는 파란색인데 물음표가 되어 있네. 뭔 소리야? 아니 침착해. 화내지 마. 쓱내지 마. 이 화살표들은 뭘까? 이 화살표는 상관이 없나? 더 내려가거나 더 올라가진 않고.
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
뒤집어서 봐야 되나? 뒤집어서 보면 뭐가 좀 보이나? 저는 아직도 어떻게 푸는 건지 모르겠어요. 화이팅. 아 오케이. 봐요. 자 생각해 봅시다. 요 부채를 봐요. 이 부채는 내가 봤을 때 얘 아니면 얘를 의미하는 것 같아요. 얘 아니면 얘를 의미하는 것 같아요. 일단 얘를 갖다 놔볼게요. 그리고 이거는 분홍색 막대기를 가진 이 부채꼴을 의미하는 것 같아요. 일단 얘가 여기 와야 될 것 같아. 그리고 봐봐. 초록색이잖아. 초록색이 일단 여기 와야 될 것 같아. 그리고 파란색, 키 큰 파란색인데 아? 잉? 잉? 에요?
That was
Each brush has various
각
characteristics.
무슨 특징이 모두 달라.
Height,
길이,
bristle
분 모양,
shape,
물감색,
color.
손잡이
The
있어요.
information we need is on the paper. Once it's been
그래, 뭔 말 하는지 알겠어. 사실 모를지도. 아. 직소? 직소가 뭐야? 저 직소를 잘 몰라요. 종이 퍼즐에 답이 다 있답니다. 그런 것 같아요. 봐, 얘는 일단 파란색 막대기, 분홍색 파란색이래. 분홍색 막대기하고요. 자 모양은 뭘까요? 그러니까 자 문양은 뭐예요? 그러니까 난 이 메뉴에 있는 게 왜 있는지 모르겠어. 짧고 길다는 뜻인가? 짧고 길다는 뜻인가?
There we go.
perfect.
설명하면서 할 걸. 설명하면서 할 걸. 죄송해요. 혼자 풀어버렸네요. Sorry.
What was in the box?
상자 안에 뭐가 있어?
Just a photograph.
그냥
Well,
사진이야. 사진의
most of a
대부분.
photograph.
프레 안 가? 얘가 프레 안 가? 얘가 프레아 맞아요? 얘는 누구야? 귀엽게 생겼다. 메이 같다. 메이. 오버워치의 메이. 뭐였는데요? 저 다시 풀 수 있나? 두 어린 소녀의 사진. 한 명은 빨간 머리, 한 명은 초록 머리를 가졌다. 큰 부분이 없는 불완전한 사진. 다시 풀어드리고
We
싶은데
already solved it.
이미 풀었다고 못 푼대요. 죄송해요. 설명하고 싶은데 죄송해요. 근데 이걸 숨겨놨네. 왜 이걸 숨겨놨을까? 일단 오케이. 이렇게 방마다 단서가 하나씩 있나봐. 그럼 방마다 퍼즐을 풀어야 된다는 소리네. 오케이. 일단 갈 수 있는 또 마지막 방을 가볼게요. 아까 그 빨간 머리다. 메이. 저 이런 방 분위기 좋아요. 뭔가 집중 잘 될 것 같지 않아요?
Curious. I would
Oh.
expect bacteria of that
귀여워.
nature to thrive in these conditions.
과학 연구하는가 봐.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, Miss?
She
바빠
knows we're
보이는데?
here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I
나는
need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
23분밖에 안 됐어. 나 더 된 것 같은데?
About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow,
PT,
microbiologist,
야
inventor,
PP.
innovator.
얘가 삐삐구나.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix.
아, 얘가 딸이야?
But you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or other?
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
와우.
Constructed a
와우.
microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on
평생을
your
여기
head?
박혀 살았겠구만.
Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12.
그래, 무슨 안경이
Not
저렇게
satisfied
생겼어?
with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It
어.
automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
와우.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
오, 약간 피곤한 스타일. 게임 어플 아케이드 구독하면 할 수 있어요. 아하.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to
질문
ask
뺏겼다.
you.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had
Mhm.
planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I
Mhm.
was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Mhm.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
울었대.
Oh,
감성이
I'm
있어
sorry to hear
너가?
that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
그걸로 울 감성이 있어 너가? 너 안 울 것 같은데.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone
아,
began
방은
shouting at me.
위쪽이구나. 여기는
I
연구실이고.
opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so
Oh?
I punched her in the face.
그냥 얼굴에 주먹에
She
날렸대.
insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and
파피는
utterly
저기 포인터
devastated.
가군요. 아,
Then
오케이.
I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back
그걸
downstairs to the library. We
왜
performed a
채취해?
test and found out that it was, in fact,
아, 피해를 알아낸 게
You
너구나.
performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were...
그러니까
feeling
감성이
so
있냐고
upset.
얘가.
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
감성이 하나도 없잖아. 얘한테 감성이 있다고 말할 수 있어요?
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession,
본인 엄마
unknown.
직업도 몰라?
Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
자기 엄마를 저렇게 몰라?
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting
비언어적
nonverbal
소통을 해석할 능력이
communication.
없어요.
And
아,
how long has Flora
아 자기
been...
딸한테도 말을 안 하는구나. 모든 이들한테 말을 안
non-verbal?
하는 건가?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has
아,
been unable to move beyond.
일이 있고 그 후로 실어증에 걸렸다. 말하기 실어증.
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased.
다야?
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me.
알아차릴 수
There
있는
it is.
수준의 불편함
Freya,
내친데.
who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya?
프레야랑
recently?
친했나 봐요.
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly
Oh.
isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you were friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. One scientist, one
Mhm.
artist, and one musician.
파피는 음악을
Sounds
좋아하는군요.
like quite a team.
Name: Fiona Fellow.
동갑이구나.
Age?
셋이.
19. Profession: amateur microbiologist. Likes: the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes: the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes: kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you
Fifi.
prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
그치
What?
그렇겠지.
I do not know if Flint is alive or not.
아.
He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
본인 아빠나 또 물어볼까요?
Felix Fellow. Age:
말이 되게
53.
많으시던데. 직업이 없대.
Profession?
무직이래.
None. Likes: collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes: the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes: Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No?
Why?
Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful
Oh.
detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No. He is quite correct.
아하, 오케이. 아, 그러네. 아까 이 펠릭스 아저씨가 말했을 때는 자기 딸 이름이 피오나라고 했군요. 아하. 말 안 해주셨으면 모르고 지나갈 뻔. 이건 뭔가 물어봐도 될 것 같아. 무서워. 왜 이래?
Is she laughing?
얘 무서워. 왜 이래? 왜 웃어 저거 보고? 미친 사람이야?
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
아, 음악을 하니까.
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
그럼 아까 음악 노래 부르는 애도
But why?
이름 뭐지?
I do not
Poppin가?
know why.
아, 아까 노래 부른 이거 녹음된 것도 그럼 파피 걔인가 봐요.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
그래?
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off.
그럼 찢은 게
It
아닌
was only
뭔데?
a third.
아씨. 3분의 1로 찢은 거래요. 그렇대요.
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the grand hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
이거 말고는
What is your opinion of
더
Tangle
물을 게
Tower?
있나?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
파피를 찢은 건가? 그런
Why
거
do you
같아요.
ask,
뭔가 옆에
Fifi?
파피가 있었을 것
I am
같아.
the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This
레밍턴
makes me the
어디야?
sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
얘가 상속자야?
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
헐이 누군데? 그녀가 누군데? 그녀 혹시 그녀야? 걔 이름 뭐야? 죽은 애 이름 뭐야? 프레야? 프레야가 그렇게 말했나? 일단 여기를 한번
Fifi's
찾아볼게요.
bedroom should be unlocked now.
침실이
Can't
열렸대요.
wait.
근데 좀 찾아보고 갈게요. 책부터.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or
헐?
it was left open for us to find.
그렇게까지 해뒀겠어요?
Ever so slightly unnerving.
새, 이 새를 알아야 되나? 얼룩새는 놀랍도록 똑똑한 새로 조류 미스티드 중에서도 수명이 굉장히 길다. 다른 새들은 종종 얼룩새에게 공격적인 성향을 보인다. 보통 탄툼 아미카의 열매만 먹는다. 이거 말하나 봐요. 되게 그 누구요? 그 머리 허라랑 플로라 머리카락이랑 비슷하게 생겼다. 이거 칼 아니야? 이거 칼 아니냐고? 피 묻은 칼 아니야 이거? 헐 깃털? 왜요? 깃털이 뭐가 있어요?
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
우와 귀엽다. 이런 거 굿즈로 나오면 되게 괜찮겠다.
It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
그니까 이거 굿즈로 나오면 대박이겠는데? 알고 보니 굿즈로 있는 거 아니야 이미?
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Books about birds.
The shelves are about.
Oh, so you're the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already. It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Nice.
나이스. 얘는 왜 쓰러져
Books
있죠?
about
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
good excuse.
Thanks.
여기는 퍼즐 같은
Is
거
this a
없나?
library or a classroom?
아
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
있겠냐? 있겠냐? 저게 뭔데?
Books about
They're
space.
relatively untouched. Books about
Well,
insects.
there's not a single book.
Huh.
Books about
Skip.
geography.
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic. It's musty in here.
What exactly is
Must. You ask such
Nice.
여긴 딱히
It's musty.
exactly-
Must. You
그게
ask
안
such
보이는데요?
It's musty.
What exactly
Must. You ask such
Nice.
이런 것도 봐봐야 되나?
Sure. Why not
The
build
search. The
a
archive. It's downright poetic.
뭔가 여기는
book? Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it. Books about geography.
Skip.
여기는 딱히 퍼즐 같은 게 없나 봐요. 그쵸? 일단 방에 갈 수 있다 그랬으니까 방으로 한번 가봅시다. 삐삐의 방. 얘도 곰돌이 있다.
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
짐작을 받아준 거야, 셀리가?
Save it for the judge. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is
얘
all
방은 해도
this?
잘 두고 괜찮다. 일단 얘가 파피고요. 엄마고요. 얘가 누구죠? 난가? 셀리랑 그리모어. 얘는 파피의 아빠라 그랬나? 누구의 아빠야? 이건 자기 아빠고. 얘는 누구야? 얘네 둘이 사랑을 하는 건가? 얘네 둘이 사랑을 하는 건가? 얘네 둘이 삼각관계인가? 얘네 셋이 이렇게 삼각관계인가? 우리를 지금 사랑하는 애라고 해놓은 건가? 얘는 언제 우리를 봤다고 여기다가 이걸
Did you notice
적어놨어?
who isn't on here?
프레야? 없는 사람이 있다는 거? 없는 사람? 얘?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
뭔 소리야 저게? 저기 뭔 소리? 뭐라는 거야? 하나도 모르겠어.
It's a magnifying glass.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
이거 뭔가 퍼즐
Looks like a
같다.
microscope.
Can I touch it?
아,
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
돋보기 4개를 수평으로 밀어서 올바른 위치를 잡아. 뭘 이렇게 딱 하면은 무슨 모양이 딱 나오는가 보죠? 얘네가 이렇게 연결되는 뭐가 있나 보다, 그쵸? 뭔가 이렇게 딱 연결되는 그게 있는가 본데? 얘는 너무 큰데? 얘는 이렇게 두고 얘를 여기 두고 윙. 웽. 열쇠. 요거 있네. 요거랑 똑같이 맞추라고. 웽. 오케이. 얘를 여기 갖다 둬야 되나? 얘는 어디 쓰네요? 얘는 어디 갖다 붙어 있어야 그거지? 일단 누가 봐도 제일 얄팍한데 얘가 있어야 되잖아요. 이렇게. 맞아 아니요. 뭔가 여기 이렇게 한 것 같은데. 아이. 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 누가 봐도 이게 한 이쯤에 이렇게. 아이. 한 번만 더 내 여기까지 잘 맞춘 것 같은데. 얘는 뭔데? 니 빠져봐 이씨. 이렇게인가?
I guess that's
The
wrong.
four lenses all have different magnification, so they must each have a specific position along the rail.
야, 이 정도면 비슷하게 맞췄지. 아유. 아니 이거 개빡치네. 이거 개빡치네 이거. 씨. 환장하겠다고요? 저도요. 아 좋았네 모형.
Nope.
You
야
need to magnify different parts of the image, so they line up into the shape of a key. Looks like you might need to overlap some of the lenses too.
비슷하지 않아요? 나름 비슷하잖아. 뭐가 달라? 똑같이 이거 구멍 띡띡 튀어나오고 뭐가 달라? 뭐가 다르냐고? 야. 기준점을 다른 데로 잡아볼까? 아예 그냥 안 잘리게 해봐요. 아 저 정도면 붙어 있잖아요. 저 정도면 붙어 있는 거 아니야? 아싸리 그냥 크게 만들어 보는 거지. 이렇게 안 잘리게. 오케이. 그냥 아싸리 내가 크게 만들어 볼게요. 크게 만들어 볼게. 된 거 아니야?
I got it.
I'm impressed.
아니
Sounds like it
지읒땅이
unlocked.
만들면 되지.
Yeah. There's a book in here.
많이 봐서 다른 책 일기처럼 생겼다. 기묘한 금속 장치로 되어 있다. 이거는 못 열어보는가? 얘는 따면 되는 건가요? 어떻게 해요? 일단 오케이 저거 찾았고
What's that?
Looks like something. I hope it's just a bunch of notes about her
다른 것도 그냥 한번 슬쩍 뒤져보고 갈게요.
boxes stuff.
얘 이거 되게 많이 마시네.
I don't know what that drink is, but I
I'd
bet
read you the. But
that's
there's.
even worse. Boxes of stuff.
That's a whole lot of. Nice room.
It's a mess. But yeah,
Pretty.
we're supposed to be looking.
And a simple trick, but it.
뭔가 볼 수 있는 건 거의 다 본 것 같다.
Why?
그쵸?
Should I start
You
smoking?
couldn't pull off.
That's a whole.
더빙을 무시하는군요. 아예 쓸데없는 말은 굳이 봐야겠습니까?
Crystal chandeliers.
I don't know. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
Crystal.
I don't know. Plus, they're kind of
샹들리에
dusty.
거의 다 본 거 같죠? 오케이 나가서 저 일기가 뭔지 물어보면 안 되나? 이거 뭐냐? 이거 뭐야?
A book. My book.
그래 너의
And what's
비밀
in it?
일기.
Pages.
묻지 말라는 거죠? 오케이. 잘했어라 인간아. 다른 데를 갈 수 있는 데가 있나? 한번 볼까요? 일단 아까 그 족본지 뭔지 한번 봅시다. 아 이게 족보였구나.
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
아씨 얼굴 좀 붙여주소. 윙 얼굴 좀 붙여보소. 자 아는 이름부터 찾읍시다. 여기 펠릭스 아빠 아까 그 피피 아빠가 펠릭스 아니었나요? 피피 아빠 있고요. 다 있진 않구나. 피오나랑 얘는 뭐야? 플로라가 엄마고. 아니 저기요 가게도가 뭐 이따구로 나와요. 아 클릭하면 나와요?
Felix fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
시하 안녕하세요 반갑습니다. 피피
We met her. She's one of the
피피 그리고 플로라가 있고요. 피츠
Fitzfellow. How
Freya,
fellow.
Freya 여기
Think he
있다.
still lives here? Freya
The
fellow.
murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
그러니까 프레야의 아버님
Felicia
되시는가요?
fellow.
Freya's mother.
아
You think she still
어머님이시군요.
lives here?
프레야 어머님 되시는 분이라
Selena Stonetown.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere. Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married.
Scandal.
결혼을 2번을 여기에 아들 되는 인간이 얘인 것 같고 얘 인간이 얘인 것 같고 아 그래서
Lady fellow.
Do these people not have?
아 할아버지는 같은데 이제 할머니가 다른 아 그거다 아 오케이 그냥 여기까지만 알고 할게요. 더 보기 힘드네요. 필요하면 내가 또 찾으러 올 거예요. 자 여기는 일단 다 둘러봤으니까 오른쪽 한번 빠져볼까요? 팝다 음악실.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment,
우엉.
but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a
중이병
suspect,
같아.
I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is
와 머리
Poppy.
찰랑거리는 것
I'm
봐.
a
어머
painter
리본 봐. 너무 예쁘다.
and a
너무
pianist.
귀엽다.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
뭘 자꾸 안 돼.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
얘가 피피한테 얼굴을 얻어맞았다는 거 아니야. 이렇게 점잖은 애가 막 허겁지겁 내려와가지고 피피한테 얼굴을 들이맞았다는 거 아니야. 누구신가요?
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How
여기
are
왜
you
이렇게
related to
다들
the other pointers?
방어적이야?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower.
아,
He
알아야
never speaks
되지
to
않니 또
anyone these
나오는군요.
days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
Two of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi,
피피 나올 생각 없을 것
things are
같은데?
more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
그 사건이 뭐지? 어제 일은 아닌 것 같은데? 아 외부인이라 방어적이지 않은 거야? 용의자로 지목받았으니까? 아 그렇지
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake
저
up.
리본 너무 귀엽다.
Same as always.
3.5.
저 자세가 너무
Does
앙큼하고
that not
귀여워.
hurt your hands?
저 피아노 치는 저 자세, 저 자세.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after
아, 얘도
that?
되게 목소리
I was
매력있다.
supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it
얘도
just
목소리
you up
되게
there?
좋다.
No, Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side.
아 중간에
been
이어진
teaching me
정원이
about
있군요.
flowers.
이쪽
So,
타워랑 이쪽
did
타워랑.
you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this
아까 그
sound.
칠판에 있던 애다.
Lasted about 3 seconds.
둘이 그렇고
I've been
그런
trying to
사이야?
decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went
그래서 문이
inside.
부서졌구나.
Freya was lying on the floor.
아 얘네들이 최초 발견자군요.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying.
아,
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me.
아 이때 얼굴을
She got
얻어맞았고.
angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
아 축음기 깨지는 그런 소리였나? 근데 뭐지? 발자국 소리가 2번 났다 그랬잖아요. 아까 아빠가 그게 다 얘네 발자국 소린가? 올라갔다가 내려가는 소리? 그 소린가?
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
진짜 예술가 같아. 진짜 예술가 같아. 아니 누군지 말해달라니까. 어머 또
Between
이래.
the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too
어머 얘
soon.
왜 이래? 나
The
그렇게 말하면
chosen
몰라
dwelling
임마.
of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a
저기요.
maze.
저기요 말을 그렇게 하시면 어떡해요.
Heart of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free.
노래
Was
부르는
then,
것 같다.
is now, will ever be.
되게 시적이시네요. 본인은 어떻게 말할 건가요?
That's me.
그래요.
I'm on a list of murder suspects.
어이구야.
Always thought that would be kind of cool,
에이?
but it's just tedious.
에이?
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
이런 걸 동경해 왔다고요? 에이?
Forgone drifter,
아 글씨
moving
바뀌는 거.
fast.
아이고.
Days a shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender?
한 명 한 명 가지고
Accepting that
작곡할
your
것
world
같아
will
얘.
render. Nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make around a room.
이거나 물어볼까요? 이거?
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style.
네 스타일 아니긴
is
하다
it?
야.
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody.
그럼 이건 너 거니?
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank.
아 그럼 녹음한
Freya
사람은
said she wanted to
프레야였구나.
record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy. It was my mother's original.
그래?
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it.
근데
Freya
깼던데?
would borrow it too sometimes.
와 근데 축음기를 빌리고 다녀요? 저거 꽤 크고 무겁지 않나?
This is a
그리고-
photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
응? 자기가
Fifi
찢은
looks
건가
like she
그러면?
really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
둘 사이에 뭔가 얘가 서운한 게 있었나?
Was that Fifi's diary?
Oh.
I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
맞아.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me
그치.
invading her
친구끼리라도
privacy.
사생활은
I
지켜줘야죠.
thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
아 그래 그렇게 걔가 하는 말 들으면 야 상처 안 받겠다가도 상처 받을 것 같긴 해. 일단 방을 조금 뒤져볼까요?
All
한번?
right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
일단 여기도
There's
뭐가 있는지
something about
찾아볼게요.
that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
아니 지금 물어보러 가야 돼? 아 아까 물어봤을 때 안 말해줬잖아. 말해준 적 없잖아. 다시 물으면 말해줘. 새로운 게 열렸어요. 아
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of
자랑이다.
course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly
Okay.
common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So there are secrets
말은
written
10세
here?
소녀이긴 했군요.
and this particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
아 자기는 쓴 적 없다 그랬으니까 남의 일기장이다.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It
니는
is
쓴
kept
적
in
없다
my
그랬으니까.
bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary.
응?
Something to prove who the original owner was.
새 도감? 뭐 얘랑 그거 할 게 있나? 없는데? 비밀 일기장과 직접 비교할 수 있는 거 없잖아요. 없어요 그런 거.
That's not it.
아닌 것 같아 그래. 없는 거 아니에요 지금 저한테?
That's not it.
뭐?
이거?
Let's take a closer look at this.
이거 아니야? 이거 얘 건데? 아 진짜. 얘는 뭐예요? 잠깐만요. 찾아볼게요 일단. 똑같은 것이라고 해야 되나? 이거랑 똑같은 거는 이 파란 책이랑 똑같은 것은? 네? 비밀 일기장이다? 이렇게인가?
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it
그러니까
locked
잠금
too.
장치는 사진에 없어
Why would
게다가.
I do either of these things?
말을 왜 일기를 숨겼을까? 피피가 누구에게도 알리고 싶지 않았던 거는 프레아의 일기 속에 있어서?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal
알러지입니까?
secrets
예,
within
알러지입니다.
Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing.
본인만의
In her own
일했어요.
way.
본인만의 방식으로.
By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the
결국?
diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I
아
have
되게
ever
많이
known.
좋아했구나 얘가 피피가
All right.
프레아를.
Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
와, 잠금 장치를 자기가 걸어놨대. 대박이다. 그게 다시 보인다. 이번에는 실제로 나인가? 내가 그렇게 만든 건가? 그 그림을 찢어버려야 할 것 같다. 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이제 내게는 2개가 있다. 2이 더 필요해. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 아까 그 하프? 그들을 모두 봤다. 5 모두 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 뭔 소리야. 하지만 모든 것에도 불구하고 나는 아직 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 나는 최선을 다할 것이다. 그녀에게는 동반자가 있어도 좋을 것이다. 봐도 모르겠는걸요? 이게 뭘까? 넌 너한테 물으면 말해줄 거니? 너 물어봤네?
Name: Poppy Pointer. Age: 19. Profession: oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
다 이상한 애들이야. 다 이상한 애들밖에 없어. 일단 얘 방이 열렸다고 했으니까 이게 얘 방인가요? 얘 방이 열렸다고 했으니까 얘 방에 가볼까요? 아까 여기서 뭔가 뒤질 건 따로 없어 보였고 이게 어디가 얘가 이게 파피 방이겠다. 파피 방에 먼저 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 저거 일기는 뭔 소린지 모르겠어요. 나중에 봐야 알 것 같아. 여기 방도 너무 좋다. 뭐야? 이 누가 봐도 퍼즐 같이 생긴 거 이거 뭐야?
It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
사밤.
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are though.
메트로놈 되게 신기하게 생겼다. 원래 막 이렇게 왔다 갔다 하지 않아요? 얘는 되게 따깍따깍하네. 버튼을 써서 메트로놈 다이얼 4개를 모두 돌려 맨 위로 가게 해. 네? 국어 이해 좀 할게요. 파피방 부음이 좋아요? 역시 피아노 치느라서 그런가? 잠깐 저 문제 이해 좀 할게요. 문제 이해하는데 시간이 좀 걸립니다. 버튼을 써서 메트로놈 다이얼 4개를 모두 돌려 맨 위로 가게 해. 뭐라는 거야? 방금 저 뭐 한 거예요? 뭔데 이게?
That's done it.
이게 뭔데? 뭔데 이게? 이게 뭐예요? 원래 이래요? 원래 그냥 아무거나 띵띵띵띵 누르면 그냥 저렇게 올라가는 거예요? 이게 뭔데요? 이게 뭔데요? 지 혼자 올라가던데? 이게 뭔데요? 아니요 여러분 오해하지 마세요. 저 이해 못했어요. 저 그냥 누르니까 올라갔어요. 그냥 눌렀는데? 얻어 걸렸군?
Neat.
무슨 문제인지는 알고 뚫렸으면 좋겠어. 원원으로 다 모으는 거예요. 그러니까요. 그러니까 그냥 누르니까 그냥 모이던데? 그냥 누르니까 모였다니까요. 뭐 문제인데 나도 무슨 문제였는지 알고 싶어. 그냥 이렇게 푸는 게 더 싫어. 더 찝찝해. 무슨 문제인지는 알고 얻어 걸리던가.
What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
작은 문이
Anything in there?
열렸어.
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
아까 옆에 있던 사진인가 보다. 머리가 짧았네? 금발이었네 게다가? 왜 변했을까? 카세트 테이프. 카세트 테이프.
There's something about that pink cassette tape.
그니까 얘 취향인 것처럼 아닌 것처럼 생겼는데 얘 과거 사진 보니까 그냥 얘 취향이잖아.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
지금 가자. 당장 가. 조사는 나중에 해. 야, 너 딱 와. 너 딱 대. 너 딱 대. 너지
I
이거.
need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
너
What can you
그럴
tell us
태도가
about this
아닌데.
cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing.
자꾸
while she was
프레야
painting
티를
it up.
내.
And do
네
you know what
거잖아.
kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid
웃기고
jazz?
있네.
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure, it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this?
왜냐면 네
Cassette
거인 걸
tapes
우리가
have been redundant for a
알아버렸으니까.
few
너 그거
years
사실
now.
The tape was
가발이지.
found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
이 노래를 들으면서 작업을
It's
했던
not
거야?
mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
아니, it's your girl. 당신은 예전에 이런 색을
You
좋아했습니다.
used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
뭘 말도 안 돼.
We
우린
need a clue
증거를
to
모았다
compare
이
with the
새끼야.
cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
오케이. 딱 있지, 딱 있지.
Let's take a closer look
가자.
at this.
가보자고. 엥? 뭔가 이게 먼저 들어가야 될 것 같은데? 글이 이게 맞나? 이걸로 해야 되는 건가? 글이 말이 이게 아닌 것 같지 않아요? 분홍 카세트 테이프는 사건 현장에서 발견된 것과 일치한다. 엥? 엥? 기둘기둘 기둘기둘 이건 맞아. 이렇게 해야 되나? 이게
The
맞나?
pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
나 국어가 하나도 이해가 안 가. 왜
That
이러는
is
거야?
not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
이것까지 증명한다고? 그만 증명해. 그만 증명해.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's
Mhm.
clearly a photo of you with your two best friends.
그치.
Why'd you tear it up? And then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
파피는 더 이상 그렇게 보이고 싶지 않아. 그런 거 같아.
Poppy
싫어하진
doesn't
않을 것
want to
같은데?
look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem
아,
kind
씨,
of
잘못
irrelevant.
선택했나요?
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift
어허.
years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the
Mm-mm.
exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
추궁기 깨질 때 같이 깨진 거 아니요? 혹시 뒤질 거 있을 수도 있으니까 한번 찾아봐 볼까요?
Yep.
25.
Yeah.
4. Am I the only one seeing the problem?
뭐라고?
1.
Yep.
25. Drop 4.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
아이 쓸데없는 걸로
Are
사면
they?
Whatever's like a little parade of...
Oh, whatever.
Well, it is
What's with all the broken glass?
뭐야 이건? 풀피안과 밑바닥에는 금이 간 유리 조각이 널려 있다. 단석에
Are they?
Whatever's like a little parade of...
Who plays
It's
the
pretty. So I'm guessing nobody.
Who
음,
plays the
So I'm guessing nobody.
Horror,
Spooky murder.
Spooky murder mansion. Horror,
Spooky murder.
Spooky murder mansion. Sheet music.
That's a lot of
Probably
them.
while they're on the floor. Sheet.
That's a lot of
Probably while they're on the
오케이
floor.
방 한 번 더 뒤지러 가보면 될 것 같아요.
A big glass door leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
얘 방에 뭐가 많네. 뚜껑을 밀어 열 수 있어. 그 슬롯에 올바른 타일을 넣어봐. 네?
Nothing. Still
All 4 tiles.
Those other symbols look like suns.
I think it is.
Nope.
Maybe the
where
information
is it?
somewhere else.
다른 곳에? 찾으러 가봅시다.
I guess we'll come back later.
달? 달?
Various handmade.
What do you think those...
Hopefully. Oh, thank. Wouldn't want it to be.
여기도
dark?
초가 있네. 엔초를 좋아하나
I
봐.
thought
This
vampires...
is a vampire who needs firm support. Anything?
Dresses. Never realized there are so many...
Empty. A lamp. It is most definitely.
피아노.
There's, you know, sheet music.
It's only a few
Yeah,
notes.
it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
사진 속에 있다. 섬세하고 오래된 그림 장식이 있다. 그림은 프레야가 그려준 건가 봐요. 그쵸? 그게 아니고서야 뭐.
Oh, thank goodness. Wouldn't want it to be dark?
It's an octopus.
No, it has 6 legs. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
저거 뭔지 물어볼까요? 딱히 뭐 하나만 묻자. 뭐냐?
Yeah, it's mine.
네 거겠지. 네 방에서 봤는데.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition.
음.
I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day,
어?
Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up.
아.
For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if she'd stuck with it.
왜 안
But one
쳤을까?
day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
심플하네요. 자, 다른 방에 가봅시다. 딱히 지금 뭐 할 수 있는 건 없는 것 같아요. 아까 뭐 달별 못 할 것 같아. 새장. 우와. 어머, 얘는 뭐야? 사람이야, 새야? 얘는 뭐예요? 누구세요? 어머, 뭐야? 이거 새야 뭐야? 사람이야?
What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your
내 머리
hair,
보고 말,
dear.
내 머리
What
보고 말하는
shade do
거네?
you use? It's lovely.
아, 옷이에요? 아, 옷이에요,
You're
저기?
really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful.
새를
Penny
많이
pointer.
좋아하나 봐요.
Pleasure.
페니
Is that short for
포인터.
Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it.
아,
Penelope sounds a little ostentatious.
엄마였나?
coming out of the
파피
mouth, don't you
어머니셨나?
think?
Sure. Yeah.
본인이
20
무슨
something,
살이세요?
Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all
20
my
대요?
friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species.
아,
worth
페니 파피
studying.
사촌이군요.
Ornithology, they
20대라길래
call it.
뭔가 했네.
I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of
새를
course.
위해서
How
자기
else do
방을
you
저렇게
think
제일
I
넓게 쓴
developed my
거야?
love of the field? No matter
어머,
where I go,
몸짓이
I
매력적이에요.
always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him.
him?
Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be
진한 사랑
apart.
중이시군.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're
파피랑
engaged to a
아까
member of
같이
the
있었던
fellow
애가 피츠
family?
아닌가?
That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever
아, 두 사이는 안
tedious
좋군.
feuding
오케이,
goes
오케이.
on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
피츠는 얘랑 그렇고 그런 사이였나요? 나 걔 다시 보고 와야겠어. 아까 그 누구야? 피피가 적어준 인간관계 그거 좀 다시 봐야겠어.
He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible
개
for?
많은데요? 보이는 것만 해도
Officially
지금 10마리가
4,
넘는 것 같아.
but in truth, it's more like 400.
Can they not feed
말이요?
themselves?
Of course. And they can do. But I think they just like the company.
자기들끼리 먹는데
As do I.
무슨 말이야 저게? 그 아까 파피랑 같이 뭐 공중정원에 있다가 올라간 애가 피츠 아니에요? 다른 애인가?
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was
Hawkshaw?
loitering over by the library. I don't know what it
학샤는
was, but
누구야?
she looked a
P도
little
아니고
lost.
F도 아닌데 저 밖에 사는
I
애인가?
inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too. Standing over in the corner with Fifi.
저
and Poppy.
교수가
What about Flora?
아이고 그래 너네 말 좀 들을게.
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
저 교수 인간 이거 말 꼭 굳이 안 들어봐도 될 것 같거든요. 일단 패스할게요. 파피만 들어볼까?
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did
A
you
little
make
bit.
any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll
뭐-
all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake.
둘이 사이 안 좋은가
Looks like
봐요.
one
그쵸?
too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
둘이 사이가 안 좋네. 들어보는 게 재밌어요. 몇 명만 들어봅시다.
Oh, she's beautiful.
나 알겠지 뭐야 진짜.
Wait, is that me?
오 마이 갓. 에오.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
뭔가 프레아는 전반적으로 그게 좋은 것 같다. 평이 약간 좀 좋은 것 같다.
No,
그렇지 않아요?
just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it.
와 발음 뭐야 미쳤다.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I
그러니까
feel like
더빙
I always
진짜
struggled
미쳤어요.
to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding
평이 진짜 좋다 프레아가.
unspoken things.
더빙 퀄리티가 진짜 좋아요. 왜 이렇게 좋아? 미쳤어.
She mostly ignores me if I'm honest.
그럴 것 같아요.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be
새를
told.
좋아해요? 별로라도?
Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
좀
A
친했나 봐.
little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet.
그럴 것 같아. 너무
dare
많이
say
시끄러울
I'm
것
a
같아.
little
근데
too
제일 시끄러운
loud
사람이 바로
for
옆에
her.
있는 걸 어차피.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it.
오케이.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be
저
themselves.
자세 좀
Between
그만했으면
you and me, I
좋겠어.
think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
오케이. 이거는 한번 물어볼까? 얘는 뭔가
Poppy's
물어볼 것 같아.
gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother. That's cute. Oh yes, adorable.
둘이 사이 안 좋잖아, 근데. 일단 오케이,
We can get into
알겠습니다.
Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
나중에 가볼게요. 일단 이런 것 좀
My little
보고.
writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book. Although someone's... I
거울인가?
don't like mirrors.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
아, 무게로 묶는 거야? 거울을 안 보고? 얘는 또 어느 미신을 보고 와가지고 거울을 안 본다 그러는 거야. 뭐하는 애야? 얘도 정상은 아니네.
An especially fancy cage.
아, 이게 자기가 키우는
And
네
it's home
마리
to 3
그건가?
especially fancy birds.
세 마리인데? 네 마리를 키운다 하지 않았나? 아, 한 마리는 본인 머리에 이고 있는 그거 말하는 건가? 이렇게 네 마리가 본인이 아끼는 생각보다, 그쵸?
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
여기도 뭐가 있다.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh.
음.
Does this count as...
Yeah. No, doesn't matter.
신기하다. 잠깐만요. 여기 맨 위가 뭔가 느낌상 개방이야. 그 교수방인 것 같아. 교수가 여기 있다가 여기서 프레아가 죽는 걸 본 거지. 그러고 궁금증이 생겨가지고 여기로 간 거야. 그게 아닌 이상 왜 굳이 여기서 이렇게 내려와? 세장 물어보라고요?
And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
아하. 아직 요 시스템에 잘 적응을 하지 못했습니다.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today.
요새
I
되게
think they
신기하게
know
생겼다
we're in the
다들.
presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet.
머리 위에 살아있는 거
particular
아니에요?
treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of
식단과
course.
특정한 관리가
But they're all one of a
필요하거든요.
kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
do they have names?
Of course.
Of
Let me
course.
introduce you to Tabitha,
Tabitha?
Tamara, and
Tamara?
Tatiana.
차티아나.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient. And
장난해요.
Tamara has
그렇게
the
말해서
best
어떻게 알아요?
sense of rhythm.
색깔이 있는데
clear
색깔로
that up.
설명해 주면 되지.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat.
아, 그냥
Doesn't have a
햇지래요.
name. Who would name their hat?
아, 죄송해요. 살아있는 새가 아니었네요. 모자래요. 모자까지 새로 맞추다니 대단한 사람인걸. 정말 좋아하나 보고 예방에 한번 가보도록 할게요. 나 피치 좀 보고 싶다. 나 피치가 궁금해요 지금. 피치 얘기만 듣고. 와, 이 방은 뭐야? 이 방 너무 내 스타일. 진짜 내 스타일. 여기 비누랑 같이 들어가잖아요. 비누가 너무 좋아할걸? 뛰어다닐 공간이 저렇게 많잖아 지금. 게다가 창문까지 완벽해. 새도 있어. 비누가 볼 게 얼마나 많아 지금 여기? 대박인데? 캣타워 잘 설치해주면 저기 나무 위에 올라가서 놀 듯. 너무 마음에 든다.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope.
퍼즐이네요.
Yeah,
귀신같이
what-
퍼즐을 찾네.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
7마리 새의 위치를 바꾸어봐.
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the bird's something to do with those white lines.
원래 이렇게였죠. 선의 위치가 냉? 힌트가 저게 다야? 힌트가 저게 다예요?
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
Reset the puzzle?
그래, 뭔가 이거 색깔 섞는 것 같아. 내가 봤을 땐 색깔을 섞는 것 같고요. 색깔 섞는 게 맞다면 일단 얘네가 이렇게 있어야 돼. 아이고 내 머리. 아이고 내 머리야. 아이고 내 머리야. 아이고 내 머리야.
I got it.
됐네.
I'm impressed. Did the door open?
뭐가 있을까요? Now will Now I will get her. 이젠 내가 그녀를 갖겠어. 누굴 갖는데? 누굴 가질 건데?
That's
물어보러 가야지
something.
이따가.
Something just feels out of place.
이것도 물어보러 가야지.
A little bedtime.
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
뭔데?
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
에이씨. 그냥
Hello,
자기들이
tea
좋아하는
set.
거잖아.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Traveling
Empty.
cases.
All of them.
Ever get the feeling you're being
The
watched?
mannequins don't have eyes.
That's not a Looks like nature invited. Rude.
아 나무가 밖에서 들어온 거군요. 아하.
Looks like rude. Ever get the feeling you're
The mannequins
being...
don't have
That's not. That might be the most pointless staircase.
왜? 난 이런 게 난 좋은데.
A little bedtime.
Let's see.
Romance
And
What?
this one appears.
Nice.
카페트도 한번 봐야 되나?
This.
Too fancy.
What does
I don't
that?
know.
일단 한번 물어보러 갈까요? 궁금하긴 하다.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant birdcage.
침대 옆벽. 저기요. 저기요. 그렇게 알려주지 말라고요.
You know, the
Well,
birds.
if that's true, can they eat? Looks like rude.
여벽이요?
That bed. It's...
Does it feel warm?
No, you're right.
It's not coming from the bed.
아.
It's coming from the wall.
벽에서 열이 나온대요.
That bed.
Does it feel
No,
warm?
you're
It's
right.
not coming from the bed.
벽에서 열이 나온대요. 뭐 어쩔? 물 하나
I
먹읍시다.
feel like I'm standing in a giant.
아까 봤던 거 이거
That's rather strange.
많이
now, isn't it?
이상하죠?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
누굴까? 뭐야 제대로 안 알려줘. 그럼
Yes,
이건
it's
뭐야?
my flower.
You
그래 네
don't like
꽃이겠지.
it?
네 방에서
I'm
자는데.
no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them.
Water
Birds are
them.
much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it? Between you and me,
I think it's a little vulgar.
뭐지? 벽이 뜨겁다고? 벽 뜨거운 게 뭐가 있어요? 나만 눈치 없지 또.
That bed. It's like.
does it feel warm?
No, you're right.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the...
왜? 벽에서 왜 열이 나는데? 일단 확실한 건 제가 있을 방은 아니에요. 전 열나는 방 싫어요. 똑같이 생겼는데 꽃이랑 자기가 저급하다는 건가? 정원에 갑시다. 갈 수 있나요?
Locked.
There must be some way to get it open.
열 방법이 있을 텐데. 지금 갈 수 있나 정원에? 일단 이거 물음표부터 다 뚫고 갈까요? 아 트월킹 스탑 트월킹 뭔 소리 하세요? 아이, 저기요.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them?
안
The
들려요.
stars. They're whispering.
당신한테나 속삭이고 있겠죠.
And yet so loud.
오,
What are they
손 좀
whispering
감아주세요.
about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and
그치
I.
그치.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
벌스바.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed,
그러니까
my
머리에
dear.
새기고 있는 것 같아.
Tangle Tower is something of a duality as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They
근데 탑을 왜
exist
저렇게 굳이
only
이어서
in our
지어놨을까?
minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family.
아,
And
얘가
of
저기
course, father
대빵이구나.
to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35
30번
years,
연구했는데 17권의
published
책이나 냈다고요?
17
대단한
books.
사람인데?
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return.
저게
Nor would
머리카락인가?
I
머리카락
expect
아니에요?
it to. I am nothing but a
머리카락
humble
같은데? 그냥 책 그리고
interpreter
있는
for the
건가?
cosmos, working to translate
되게
its
머리카락처럼
message
움직이지 않아요?
so that I may
찰랑찰랑.
share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
김하 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning
네.
walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course.
아하.
I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
근데 얘가
Quite.
보고 갔잖아.
Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a
맞아,
thing.
어.
But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I
네.
couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it.
어.
I left my tower and headed down towards the grand hall.
아, 어.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
학샥.
She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside.
둘이
I
싸웠던
recognized
거구나.
Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the
다른 사람
hall.
방에서요?
Before
아,
I could
옆에서?
ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something.
둘 다
We went
울었대.
up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of
이
the room.
정도는? 아, 이 정도면 프리야 거의
Flora
자결한
and
거 아니야?
Fitz were
너무
already
평온하게
there.
누워 있지 않아요,
They
근데?
both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like
그치,
that.
소문나서 뭐 좋아. 아, 딸은 어떤
My
딸내미인가요?
Poppy,
Mhm.
my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because
당신도
she's a
있어요.
suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking,
어, 그래.
what
왜 어머니는
happened
안
to Poppy's
보이시죠?
mother?
Primrose? She
Primrose?
was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away.
죽었나요?
She went away.
와, 이거 어떻게 되는 거야? 플로라의 여동생인가요? 아무튼 자매가 파피의 어머니시고 그렇게 치면은 피피랑 파피도 사촌이고 아, 그래서 플로라가 대빵인 거예요? 아, 와, 그럼 플로라에 대해서도 좀 말할 게
A
있으시겠네요?
listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a
말
dead
하나도
end.
안 하시더라고요. 그럼 죽은 건 맞나? 파피 엄마 이름 뭐라 그랬죠? 프림로즈는 죽은 게 맞나요? 죽은 게 맞다면 그것도 뭔가 연관이 있나?
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually
되게
exclusive,
다들
you know.
좋게
Was
평가한다
she ever interested in
플레아를.
astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My
자꾸
daughter
저
loved
아저씨가 하는
her.
손짓
Fiona
따라하겠대
too.
내가.
That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
삐삐. 아 본인.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of
Oh,
Jupiter instead?
stop.
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like
얘는
10
이걸
of
또
them?
왜 알아?
83.
어이씨,
Yeah, we
쟤는
don't
왜
have
더 잘 알아?
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge.
그렇네.
I dare say she'll
쟤네
confiscate
엄마가
my telescope
대빵이니까
and
제가 다
replace it with
상속을
a
하는구나.
microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still,
이 성을 싹
keep
다
an
상속
eye
받는
on
건가요?
her.
그럼 얘네들은 어떻게 되는 거야?
Dangerously
쫓겨나? 아니면
intelligent,
월세
that
같은 거
one.
줘야 돼?
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
페니?
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
가라앉는 배래. 굳이 여 아버지까지는 안 물어봐도 될 것 같아요. 일단 넘어가고 좀 뒤져볼까요? 아, 트월킹 진짜.
You know, I've always wanted
맞아.
one
그럼
of those.
저도 이런 거 갖고 싶어요. 이런 오브제 같은 거 있잖아요. 한번 틱 건드려 놓으면 계속 무한 동력하는.
A mechanical solar system?
I would look at it.
자,
Wait a minute.
뭘 하는
Earth in the
걸까요?
middle. Sun on the outside.
지구가 중앙에 태양에 맞게 해서 그거군요. 지구가 중심에 있다는 그 썰.
How old is this thing?
5개 행성을 태양과 달을 중심으로 회전해봐. 예? 얘네는 회전하나요? 아, 얘도 회전을 하는구나. 5개 행성을 태양과 달을 중심으로 회전해보라고요? 뭔 소리인지 모르겠네.
Nothing.
So there are two ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets and rotate the sun and moon.
I
I
guess
think you just need to get the shadow.
Nope.
The sun and moon need to be at 1
아,
o'clock
힌트를 주네.
and
태양과
5
달은
o'clock.
각각 1시와 5시 방향으로 둬야 돼.
The
태양과
shape
달은
on the base is symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which is which.
아, 이걸 따라 이렇게 보내야 되는 거예요? 우와. 우와. 헉, 어머. 우와. 어머. 신기해. 어머. 헐, 신기해. 아, 이 소리야? 헉. 우와, 신기해. 얘는 어디 가야 되는지? 어디를 맞춰야 되는 거죠, 근데? 어딜 기준으로 맞춰야 되는 거지?
Nope.
The sun and moon. The shape on the base is symmetrical. So
일단 얘는 여기 맞는 것 같아요. 저기 선에 딱 들어가 있는 것 같고. 아 이걸 냅두고 이 사이를 맞춰야 되는 거구나. 엑, 엑. 아 이렇게?
That's the one.
hey, not bad. Did you hear that?
There's a little hatch underneath. What's
A
in
bunch of
there?
paper. Looks like somebody's research.
벌레다. 황금 딱정벌레. 황금과 약 90% 동일한 광물로 구성된 외골격을 가졌다는 데서 유래. 수명은 수년에 이른다. 쉬익거리는 큰 소음을 내며 포식자를 쫓아내고 잡아먹힌 경우 완전히 소화하지 못하게 한다. 이런 벌레가 있다는 건가? 헤이. 묻기 전에
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
좀 뒤져봅시다.
The notebook.
So even the most well-used notebook.
Miss Tidy. The notebook.
So even the most well-used notebook.
It's full of
Criminal
a picture frame.
with no picture.
It's a
Which
planet?
Pretty.
It's too.
It's also daytime.
근데 이런 타워 사면은 진짜 재밌긴
They're
하겠다.
in very
방금
good
니 움직이지
condition.
않았어요?
What is it?
It's large.
You're not wrong.
움직이는데?
What is it?
Large.
You're not wrong.
아이 들어봤자
It's
단서만 얻으면 될 것 같아서 뭐 그냥
Trinkets.
They're clearly
살짝 보고
They're
넘어가는
in
거죠.
very good condition.
아저씨 이거 뭐예요? 이거 뭐예요 이거? 이거 뭐 연구하신 거예요?
We found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
왜 있다다?
I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of
뻥치지
Tangle
마.
Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
뻥쟁이!
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
또 입을 닫아.
Pointer property originally purloined by the fellows.
아 이거를 그럼 추궁기도 넘겨준 것도 그냥 자기 언니니까 넘겨준 거구나 그냥. 세도감. 잠깐만요. 야 팬이야. 너가 제일 좀 많은 것 같아서 내가 궁금해서 그러는데 이 뭐야?
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
What about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
마지막인지 아닌지 어떻게 알아?
The
알을
very
깠을지 안 깠을지
last.
어떻게 알아?
Oh.
아까 정원에 가보자고 하셨으니까 정원에 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 이게 정원이겠죠? 할 어쩌고 할 뭐야? 하쿠 같다 하쿠.
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately
목소리도
regret
약간
asking,
하쿠 재즈요.
but who are you and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
사설 탐정이래요.
Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself
비누
and my
우는 소리가
client.
들어가나요? 비누 일로 와봐. 비누 일로 와봐. 비누 점프. 일로 와봐. 와보세요. 관심 달라며. 일로 와봐. 왜? 비누. 비누. 올라와봐 올라와봐. 왜? 왜 이 관종아? 왜 이 관종아? 요즘 왜 이렇게 관종이 됐어? 응? 비누가 올라오긴 싫대요.
Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
사슬 탐정 맞아요?
It's not in my
어제 근데
interest to
있었다며.
discuss
얘는
personal
뭘 조사하러 온
details.
거야?
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us
탐정이
make a small
용의자가
exception.
되다니.
Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working
얘는
I
피피가
am
물은
not
건가?
at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one
피피
more
서재에서
question.
나왔다며.
for?
피피가
What
물은 거 아니야?
crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so? As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower.
모든
hers
방을
is one of the
조사했다고?
last
아
on my
그럼 그냥
list.
거기도 방을 조사하던
Did you
건가?
find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my
잠시만요.
search staring up at the sky, out the open window.
관정이 문 열어달래요. 문 열어주고 올게요. 우리 관정 문 열어드리고 왔습니다. 관종이라서 관종이라 하지 뭐라 하나요?
Didn't say a word. Although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted.
그냥 다 조사
Sounds of
중이었구나 이
running,
타워를.
wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him
불안했다고
great
말 안 했잖아
alarm.
우리한테.
He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
여러분 우리 관종이 밖에서 또 문 열어달라고 울어가지고요. 다시 문 열어주고 올게요. 죄송해요. 문 열어줬더니 들어왔다가 나갔다가 들어왔다 나갔다 그러길래 나가는 걸 기다려줬다가 다시 다 문 닫고 왔습니다.
More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally
정원사가
made his
나타났대.
appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred.
둘이는 좀
His
얘기를
report
하는
was as
사이인가 봐요.
clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
너는 뭘 조사하러 왔는데 그래서? 이건 아니?
A photograph of Freya could be important.
그게 다야? 아 추운기.
Somewhat cumbersome device. and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
그럼 당신 혹시 들어왔을 때 하프 동상
Have you
봤나요?
deciphered the meaning of those
아니요,
four
아니요, 전
symbols
몰랐어요.
on the
몰라요,
harp?
아직.
We're working on it.
That's a no then.
짜증나. 니는 했다는 거야, 뭐야? 짜증나. 약 올려 사람을. 얼땡 없어. 아, 이거나 물어볼까요? 닌 누군데요?
314 cases solved.
314?
14.
와우.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, then.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
탐정이라고 살해당할 걸 알았겠냐.
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective.
아, 어렵다. 얘 말 들으니까 이제
Quite
모르겠어요.
the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits.
이상한
I heard
습관이
she barely
있습니다.
sleeps. An hour here or there.
잠을 거의 안
sporadically.
잔대. 사람이야?
Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
피피.
Considerably intelligent.
얘한텐 다
The
물어봐야 될 것
powers of
같아.
observation are enviable, but she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
왜
Did you
혁이
get anything
들어가는
useful out of him?
Not
아니요?
sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
맞아.
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27.
27. 오,
Makes it worse.
27. 발음
Poppy has
뒤졌다.
remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
아, 얘한테 뭐 물어볼 게 없는데. 일단 여기를 좀 뒤져볼까요?
Is that a...
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
다이얼을 돌려 4개의 바늘이 모두 올바른 위치에 가도록 해. 올바른 위치요? 아, 숫자구나 이게. 근데 올바른 위치를 어떻게 찾아요? 아, 3. 그 다음에 6에 맞추고 아, 얘는 9인데 이게 12에 가야 되는 거잖아요. 그쵸? 기둘 50 일단 각도를 이렇게 맞추고 얘네를 이렇게 보내고 얘네를 이렇게 침착해. 딱 침착해. 침착해. 짜증내지 마. 짜증내지 마. 침착해. 아, 얘가 문제인데. 걔만 문제겠냐? 야, 걔만 문제겠냐? 걔만 문제겠어? 쟤는 9가 맞아? 얘는 6이 맞고? 얘가 9인데? 얘가 6인가? 아, 얘가 6이네. 난 얘가 6인 줄 알았어요. 아, 얘가 6이네. 정인채님, 김주인 멤버십 가입을 환영합니다. 어서 오세요. 반갑습니다.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
오, 됐어.
What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like but I'm not actually sure what it is.
망원경을 발견했습니다. 도용으로 된 작은 도구 어쩌고저쩌고. 오케이. 아하, 아, 갱신이 잘못되셨군요. 3개월 가입 감사합니다. 어서오세요. 마, 이거 좀 묻자. 뭔데
This
이건?
belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only
오늘
2
안
days
가봤네
ago.
아직.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
There's a metal
Is
plaque.
there a
I
message?
think that someone scratched it off. A
I
pointless
don't
one
know.
play
I
hide
could be persuaded.
여기 뭐가 있다.
I
It's or at least it's the match.
이게 탱글타워고.
You ever see
not in real life. A wooden trunk.
I want one.
여러분, 우리 감정이 또
little
문
branch
열달라고
leading back
울고
to the garden.
있거든요. 진짜 죄송합니다. 금방 갔다 올게요. 관중 씨, 왜 이렇게 오늘따라 말이 많으세요? 그에 대해 말 좀 해보세요. 뭐가 그렇게 불만이 많으세요? 응? 심심해요? 놀길 말해? 비누는 갔습니다. 옆에 넘어가도 될 것 같죠? 온실에? 온실 근데 아직도 피츠는 안 보이네. 걔는 계속 자기 방에 있는 건가?
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
It's bigger in here than I thought it would.
Tools used by a gardener. For gardening.
깜짝이야! 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 아니 저렇게 숨어 있으면 어떻게 알아요? 저렇게 무슨 보호색 마냥 저러고 있는데 어떻게 알아요? 와, 나 깜짝 놀랐네. 눈 보고 뭐하는 인간이야 저 인간은. 저렇게 숨어가지고 저렇게 무섭게 이렇게 늘어보고 있으면 내가 놀라 안 놀라?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah,
깜짝이야.
I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
와, 너무
Is anyone going to
놀랬다.
say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
많이
I
먹었나
don't
보지
know.
뭐.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my
음,
area of
다들
interest.
다 하나씩 자기가
What's the
좋아하는 게
deal with the
있네.
plants? They're all kind of weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous.
주님
Not to you.
금융치료하세요.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet.
아, 레몬님 5만 원 감사합니다. 금융치료요? 더 놀랄 것 같은데요 지금. 5만 원 감사합니다. 제 배돼지에 잘 채워놓도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 거 너무 뜬금없는 타이밍 아니요?
Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like...
약간 그래
as if you were
나도
talking to a
필요했어. 저도
slightly stupid
필요했어요.
person?
Our lake water causes the
약간
unpredictable
방사능
alteration
같은
of
건가?
DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
네?
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
네? 놀랐으니까 금융치료하시라고. 아이고 아이고 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 아 호수물 클리.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers,
꽃
I
보는 걸
think.
좋아하겠냐? 니
Did
보는 걸
you
좋아하지?
speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back
얘는
outside
저건
to
진짜
weed the main
좋아하는구나.
gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And...
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
진술을 안 들어봤구나.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
우리?
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not
얘기
mention
안
that?
했어요. 얘기 안
Flora's
했어요.
room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy
그래,
left the
나도
room
당신
for a
알아채지
while.
못했던
When she
것처럼.
came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone
쓸데없는
square.
책임감이군.
When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
그 혹시 페니 씨랑
Penelope
어떻게
is my
되세요?
fiancée.
yes?
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be.
뭐야 둘이
People think
찐
she's
사랑이었어?
well.
난 가짜
They
사랑인
make
줄 알았는데.
assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good.
안
It's
좋군.
good.
안 좋군. 전혀 좋지 않군.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers mostly.
특이한 꽃을?
I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
아까 그 꽃 말하는 거 아니요? 이거.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
나도 전혀 이해가 되지 않는걸?
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
모르겠다.
Fifi doesn't like me.
왜죠?
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
방금 말에 집중을 못했어. 뭐라
I
그랬죠?
imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes.
왜 보자?
He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
이건 아시나요?
I've seen beetles with
딱정벌레?
brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
일단 여기를 좀 더 뒤져봅시다.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be
Okay.
interesting.
나중에 확인할게요, 그거는.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
방금 뭐였지? 아, 이거 너무 시급할 것 같아. 이거 왜 자꾸 여기 서 있는 거야? 이제 여기 안 서 있어도 되지 않아요?
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
문제 내놔. 어쩌라고.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a
아, 이게
periodic
단가?
table.
Greek letters, I think. Greek letters?
뭔가 나중에 써야 될 것 같다, 그쵸?
Greek letters?
아닌가? 상관없는 건가?
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
이거 말고는?
Tools used by gardening. All the flour,
flowers?
anything.
Good to know.
That's a handsome
Looks
bee.
like he might.
But
Totally.
I am not. It's bigger in here.
이거 말고는 딱히 볼
This
게
one's
있는 것
okay,
같진
that is-
않아요.
Looks like a gemstone.
어,
Don't you think?
볼 게 있었네. 뭔지 묵으러나 보고 갈까요? 아, 이거 깜짝 놀래.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and Gemstony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to
좀
happen.
읽어요. 아,
And
네.
what do you do with this shiny inedible fruit?
You look at it.
그게 다야? 일단 천천히 한번 해봅시다잉. 물.
More of that weird lake water.
Really makes me wonder how. Are we on an island or what?
Beats me. How long is that thing? More of that weird.
Really? Are we on?
이렇게 뭐가 있진 않네요.
It's turned into stone.
What happened?
Beheaded by the same wizard.
일단 여 방이 열렸다 그랬으니까 방으로 한번 가볼게요. 마지막 여기가 아직 남았구나. 뭐야 이거는? 뭐야 이거는?
Hello.
Not hidden very well.
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock.
결합 자물쇠야 일종의. 종이 조각을 다시 정리를 해서 자물쇠 상자의 조합을 찾아. 아 이걸 보고 뭐 유추해가지고 뭘 하라는 건가? 얘네들끼리 연결되나요 혹시? 얘들끼리 연결이 되는 건가? 아하, 뭐가 이렇게 있나봐. 이렇게 하면은 안 보이는데? 이게 되는 건 아니네. 맞는 게 여러 개가 있군요. 여기. 근데 이게 이건지 어떻게 알아요? 아 똑같은 게 없구나. 그냥 이게 단가? 아 이게 다네. 아 보이는 게 다네. 아 오케이 오케이. 이건 아까 했던 거잖아. 그리고 이거가 이거. 이거가 이건가? 이거다. 이거 마지막이 얘네.
I did it.
Not bad.
퍼즐은 잘 푸시네요. 아 감사합니다.
Anything in there?
국어를 못한다.
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. That's kind of ominous.
PPFF? 장식용 패턴이 새겨져 있으며 파피 PP? 무슨 말의 약올까요 이게? 파피랑 PP인가? 누구랑 누구란 거지? 파피랑 PP밖에 없지 않아요? 페널로피겠죠. 아 페널로피도 있구나. 일단 오케이. 이거 물어보러 가면 될 것 같죠? 좀만 더 뒤지고 갈게요.
Looking at it is, I don't know.
Huh.
They're just
oh, so decorative. It's a little
Handy.
inside. It says.
Oh.
It's inside. It says.
피츠에게 PP가
Befits
아
from
페널로피.
PP.
아 이가면 다 PP 아니면 PP. 둘 다 봐야 되나?
Or plant.
Looks pretty
Healthy. I think it would rather be outside.
Doesn't look
그래
soft.
누구든 되니까 저게 페널로피가 아닐 수도 있지.
There's
Something. It's probably just a
You
rock.
sure? It's
I
locked.
thought we
We
were.
are.
What's that thing by the handle?
예방에도 뭐가 이거 두 개 이렇게 하는 거구나. 아까 뭐 한 이쯤이었던 것 같은데 달달달달.
Nothing.
The tiles have all.
Those moons.
Maybe they're connected.
일단 이거
Let's
더
come
이게
back
궁금.
once we-
일단 이게 궁금해. 거기부터 가자. 여기부터 가자. 빨리 움직여. 빨리 움직여. 나 까먹기 전에 빨리 움직여. 나 까먹기 전에 빨리 움직이라고.
A big glass door leads out into
There's a little mechanism.
왜 얘네 둘이서 이렇게 비밀번호를 공유해? 별. 오케이.
I guess we'll come back later.
아니 얘네 둘이 그거라니까.
locked.
무조건 얘네
Right
둘이
about where we are.
그거야.
What's that thing by the handle?
왜 얘네 둘의 방이 이어져 있겠어? 얘네 둘이 그렇고 그런 사이니까. 페넬로피는 그냥
it made a noise.
I guess that was right. And the door's still
I
locked.
still feel like we made some.
저기 문 열러 가면 돼. 나 쓸데없이 두 번 왔다 갔다 하고 있네. 부부의 세계 아니에요? 혹시 몰라. 둘이 그렇고 그런 사이일
There's
수
a
있지.
little mechanism by the.
Something
That
happened.
must be it. Finally.
Whatever's on the other side.
됐다. 과연? 얘네 둘만 쓸 수 있는 옥상 정원인 거잖아요.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're
깃털?
feathers.
4개의 깃털? 4마리의 새? 걔 거 아니야?
There's something about those
그니까.
pebbles we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
그래 지금 가자. Hey you, come in.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's
네네.
those red flower petals.
The petals.
모르겠는데요. 잠깐만요. Maybe it's rose? 가짜인가? 뭐지? 난 잘 모르겠는데 저게 뭔데? 아마 근데 뭔가 장미지 않을까?
They're from
느낌상?
red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
아, 다 해도 돼요? 아, 그렇게 돼요? 장미를 보여주면서 그게 장미 누가 장미꽃 들고 있었잖아요. 그거 누구지? 누가 장미꽃을 들고 있었어. 맞아, 사진에서. 누구였지?
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See
이것
what
봐,
Fitz is
여기도
holding?
삐츠랑 빠비가 있잖아.
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no
그러게.
access?
몰래 들어갔나?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
땡땡은 누군가로부터 도난당했다? 이건가? 페니의 꽃은 누군가로부터 도난당했다. 엥? 이거 좋아. 이걸로 하자. 땡땡은 무언가를 엿보는데 사용되었다. 바로 파피와 피츠. 이며 그들의 주의를 돌렸다. 이건가? 그들에게서 증거를 훔쳤다?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on
둘이
Poppy
불륜을
and
한
Fitz
건가?
and steal evidence.
그래서 그
from them.
증거를 찾은 건가?
We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden.
이것 봐,
I'm
뭐
guessing
있다니까.
you got
부부의 세계
paranoid.
맞아 이거.
Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of
진짜 아 오케이
anything
오케이.
like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage.
너가
She's
보냈겠죠. 아,
certainly
오케이
never
진정.
flown up to the rooftop garden.
No.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
깃털 넌딱 걸렸어. 나 깃털 잡았거든. 아주
Let's
딱
take a
걸렸어.
closer look at these.
깃털. 잠깐만요. 누구라 그랬죠? 누구라 그랬죠? 잠깐만요. 아니, 아무나 선택하면 되는 건가? 얘겠지 뭐. 옥상정을 방문했을 때.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
맞죠?
Can't stand it!
얘 화내.
Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden.
딱 걸렸죠?
Couldn't risk spying on them
버튼
myself.
눌렸죠?
So I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back
근데
some
얘는 새랑
evidence.
소통을 하나 보다.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me.
당신이 그런데 안 말하지 사람이 누가 있어요. 그리고 그 사람 원래 과묵한 편인 것 같더만.
Seems to bring him out of his shell.
여기서 또 알이
I don't
나오네.
know what he sees in her miserable little. I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
네 마리 중 한 마리가 어디 있는지 나왔나요? 아니요. 저도 세 마리밖에 못 봤어요. 전 얘가 남은 한 마리인 줄 알았는데 아이더라고요. 일단 여기 좀 더 뒤져봐도 될까요? 더 뒤져볼게요. 이 헤드셋은 왜 쓰고 있는 거야?
He's playing a lute this
He's
time.
also
Well, they're not part of it, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
혹시 이게 이 동상 같은 게 이거의 그건가? 이거의 힌트인 건가? 동상이 이거 있었잖아요. 얘도 있었고 얘도 있었고 두 개는 더 없네. 관계가 있는 건가?
a little pond.
It looks. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh, yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
It's
장미다.
a rose bush. Apart from a couple of
The roses are bright.
aren't roses.
Exactly.
장미가 딱 여기 하나 있군요. 아.
It's so relaxed. I might just stay here.
How shall I go?
That'd be great.
근데 내가 그녀를 갖겠어? 이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어? 왜 그녀를 갖겠다고 하는 거야? 그를 갖겠다고 해야 되는 거 아니야? 이거를 누가 쓴 건데요? 이거를 걔 이름 뭐야? 얘 이름 뭐야? 페니가 쓴 거 아니야? 왜 그녀를 갖겠다 그래? 더 볼 거 있나?
It's so relaxed. I might just stay.
How shall I?
That'd be great. It's a two-person
Now,
bed.
what makes it looks pretty?
More eggs
I
stacked.
don't get it.
Well, either
Are
the
the
sculptors.
mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
사실은 피치를 좋아했던 게 아니라면? 파피를 좋아한 거라면? 너무 같다. 저거 좀 물어보러 갑시다. 니네랑 얘기 좀 하자. 여기 뭐 생겼어. 저 가봐야 되는 거 아니에요? 잠깐. 여기 계시는구나. 깜짝. 이거 뭐예요?
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
이거를 걔한테 물어봐도 되나? 야, 너 어딨어? 파피 어디 갔어? 너 이거 알지?
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
아닌가? 이거 아세요?
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
뭐 캥겼다. 오케이, 일단 캥기는 만원 확인. 아니면 저 삽은 진짜 얘랑 맞춘 건가? 아, 이거 페넬로페 거 맞아요? 아, 불륜 아니에요? 얘 거 맞아요? 아니,
Oh, did Fit show you that?
아니 우리가
Not
훔쳐봤는데요?
exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
아, 이건 제 거 맞아? 아니, 뭐야, 싱거버. 여기 한번 가볼게요. 뭐 아까 어쩌고 다 했다고. 이 새들은
It's
뭐
a
하는
bird
거야?
bath. Is that just rainwater?
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Doot, doot, doot.
Please don't do that.
아,
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
The door was
와,
locked. Nobody was answering.
어머,
So I made
뭐야,
Fitz
이거
kick
진행
down the
뭐야?
door.
Poppy and I went
구성
in.
뭐야?
Freya was right there, laying
미쳤다.
on her back.
어, 진짜 영화 같아.
and headed down towards the grand hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
대박이다.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed
우와, 그
the hall,
정리까지 해주고
and
너무
begun
친절하고.
up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
당신의 딸이
We
전화해서
left the
맡고
room,
있었어요.
and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted.
길을 막았다며.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
우와, 이걸 이렇게 들려주는 거야? 이걸 다시 누르면 또 똑같은 말을 반복하겠죠?
It's a bird bath. Is that just
The
rain?
birds seem
They're
to...
even doot, doot,
Please
doot.
don't do that. That's a big... I think
Yeah, water with poison in it.
나에게 뭐를 해야 할지 조금 더 자세히 알려주면 좋을 것 같은데. 여기 뭐 있다. 피피와 얘기해야 해. 아, 땡큐. 땡큐. 뭘 물어봐야겠죠? 아, 이런 걸 물어볼까? 피츠? 엥? 뭘 물어봐야 될까? 다 물어볼까? 학샤.
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
우리 아니야?
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
견제하는 건가?
Name: Penelope Pointer.
Penelope
Age:
Pointer.
27. Profession: ornithologist. Likes: birds. Dislikes: insects. Notes: Penelope is very beautiful.
어?
I have never had very much in common with her.
아, 별로 안 친하구나. 그러면은 얘도 마지막으로 묻고
Fitzfellow.
저거
Age: 24.
물건 같은 것도 물어볼게요.
Profession: cryptobotanist. Likes soil. Dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
제가 부르는 게 더 정확해요.
Do you
그렇군요.
and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
What? What? 저걸 쟤한테 어떻게 캐물어? 뭐부터 물어야 되지 그리고? 이거를 보여줬던가? 아씨 또 이렇게 오네.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
뭘 물어야 되냐? 교수는 제일 먼저 거기 있던 건데 교수는 어떻게 먼저 거기 있던 거예요? 교수는 제일 먼저 거기 있던 건데 교수는 어떻게 먼저 거기 있던 거예요? 네? 잠깐만요. 교수는 제일 먼저 거기 있던 건데 교수는 어떻게 먼저 거기 있던 거예요? 그걸 이제 알아내면 된다고요? 아니면 아까 얘에 관한 걸 알아내면 된다는 건가요? 칼을 들고 올라갔다며 그걸 내가 어떻게 알아?
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is.
쟨 또 왜 저렇게 찝찝하게 말해?
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer
못 떴다.
Tower.
다행이다.
Something suspicious.
그치. 개수상하지.
Let's ask him about it.
당신 딱 말해.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I
그랬다는데?
don't sneak. Was it
본 사람이
Fifi who told
있다는데?
you this?
오.
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
왜 여기 이렇게 강조를 해놨어요 글씨에 꼭 이걸 꼽으란 듯이 이러면 내가 다른 걸 꼽을 수가 없잖아.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife,
모종삽?
what was it?
모종삽.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no
선물을
reason
받은
to take
거구나.
it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
근데 이거 그냥 아무거나 선택해도 다 이렇게 하는 건가요? 뭐야 이게? 묻기 위해 사용했다. 누구를? 파피를?
An ornate trowel was used to bury a potted flower in Penny's room. Almost. Maybe just change.
야 힌트 떠줘. 힌트 떠 빨리. 힌트 떠. 딱하게 맞는 세트가 있다
An
이건가?
ornate trowel is part of a matching set with a potted flower in Penny's room. Almost. Maybe just
5종삽을 들고 포인터 탑으로 가야 할 이유는? 여기 딴 게 있는 건가? 페니의 방에서 화분의 꽃 돌보는데?
an ornate trowel
맞나
is
보다.
used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
뭔 소리야? 왜
I need a
거짓말해?
clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
어. 뭔데? 이게 내가 가지는 거랑 뭐랑 비교를 할 수 있는데 침착해봐. 침착해봐. 뭐가 있을 거야? 얜가? 여기에 있는 이건가? 그거 딱 있잖아요. 어디요? 이거요? 이건가? 화분의 열매? 화분이 같다? 는 거?
Let's take a closer look at these.
흙! 화분과 흙? 펜이 방이며 이것과 일치하는 거는 이거다? 온실이다.
The pot and soil in
띵 소리가
Penny's room
나는구나, 정답일
matches
때.
the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
어디
Let me
한번
guess.
죽게 보시지.
Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz.
왜 거짓말을
There's
쳤지?
no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
뭐야? 아,
Turns
그럼
out Penny
진심인가?
isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So
그렇겠지.
I go into her room every now and again.
아.
But when she's not there, water the flower, change the
아,
soil,
그래서 화분이 괜찮았구나, 상태가.
trying to keep it alive.
그게 답니까, 아저씨? 아저씨, 그게 다냐고요? 힌트를 적극 애용하겠습니다. 천문탑을 살펴봐야 한대요.
We already solved it.
그렇지, 이미 풀었지. 살펴보라니까 살펴보는 거지, 뭐 딴 거 있니?
What is it?
It's large.
You're not wrong. What is it?
It's a large.
You're not wrong.
망원경을 한번 볼까나. 저기요.
Every
보려고
astronomy
했어요.
tower needs a telescope.
누르다 보면 한 번쯤 클릭했겠지.
I want to try.
그래. 교수가 이걸 봤을 거라니까. 교수가 이걸 봤을 거라고 아까 제가 말했잖아요. 이걸 보고 있다가 살인이 일어나는 걸 보고 나갔겠지. 괜히 나갔겠어? 아까 무슨 핑계 댔더라. 뭐 가짜는 핑계여가지고 얘가 뭐라 그러고 저기 간다 그랬는지 기억도 안 나요. 뭘 물어봐. 웃기고 있네. 그냥 얘는 이걸로 살인 현장을 본 거야. 얘가 최초 목격자인 거지. 얘랑 동시에.
You can
Not
see.
by
I
accident.
can see Flora, but she's not looking. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding. I can't really see anything behind it. You can see right.
Not by
I can see
accident.
behind her. I can't really see anything. You can
Not
see.
by
I can
accident.
see Flora. Behind her is the back. I can't really see anything behind.
개 피곤하가 책을 빌려 어쩌고.
It's that little
Don't you
plant.
think it would fall?
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the ground.
아 근데 이젤로 가려져 있네. 류하 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
I can see the doorway. The door itself is on the floor.
It's too dark back there. It's too dark back there.
It's the tower opposite this one. The rooftop garden is.
It's too dark back there. Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. Isn't this
당장 가.
supposed to be? I'm pretty sure.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
얘 뭐야?
There's something about
스토커야?
Florida's
왜 별을 관찰하는 척 제 사람을 관찰하고 있어? 뭐하는 설마 자기 아내를 보내버리고 새로운 사람을 찾는 거야 지금?
something.
Let's ask him about it.
Hey, you.
So, Professor, what interests you
재밌다.
about astronomy exactly?
재밌다.
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an
불륜밖에 없어.
astronomer?
아니 그
I
자꾸
really
머리가
don't
그쪽으로
like to
돌아가네요.
give
좀
exact values
덜
unless
굴릴게요.
I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
Why do you
I have
ask
a theory
me?
about you, Professor.
Oh, go on.
Go on. 당신은 사실 천문학에 관심이 없어요. 옆집 사람을 훔쳐보는 거에 관심 있죠.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
맞지 않나요?
What
제 말이
could you
틀렸어요?
possibly mean
당신의
by
마음이
that?
어디를
I
향하고
think
있는지
you're
당신
interested
알고 있지 않나요?
In a slightly different field of
그건 바로
research.
플로라지. 아우. 설마 추금기? 실제로 연구하고 있는 거요? 뭔데요 그게? 실제로 연구하고 있는 게 여기서 뭘까요? 초상화? 추금기? 내가 봤을 땐 플로라인데 플로라가 여기 없네? 이런 플로라가 여기 있어야 되는데 플로라가 딱 없네. 초상화? 추금기 먼저 할까요?
That's not it.
아씨,
That's not it.
아씨.
That's not it.
아씨. 히히. 히히. 여러분 진짜 죄송한데 저 혹시 화장실 한 번만 갔다 와도 돼요? 아까부터 참았거든요. 한 30분 전부터. 모른 척 하시는 거죠? 아니요, 저 진짜 몰라요. 근데 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요. sorry는 해. I'm back. 모르는 척 하시는 거죠? 왜 나만 몰라? 또 나만 눈치 없지. 뭔데요? 님들은 어떻게 아는데요? 부가 팔레트?
That's not it.
사건 파일?
That's not it.
탱글타워!
That's not it.
테이프?
That's not it.
손상된 테이프?
That's not it. That's not it.
세와 세상?
That's not it.
류트 동상?
That's not it.
몰라요? That's not it. 나 아직 못 구한 거 아니야? 내가 아직 이거 단서를 못
That's
구한
not
거
it.
아니에요? 이 정도면은?
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
아, 나 정말 이러기
That's not
싫은데.
it.
못 구하면 혐의 걸리지
That's
않았을
not
거야.
it.
아,
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on
저게
the
왜 저기랑 연관이 있는
inconceivably
아.
large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
아, 그냥 미끼였구나 저거는. 망원경이 엿보고 있던 건 범죄 현장이었다. 이며 하늘을 보고 있는 게 아니었다.
Pointer's telescope
어,
was
아닌데
sneaking up
틀렸는데?
on the crime scene and not up at the sky. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
실제로 보고 있던 것?
Pointer's telescope
맞다.
was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Yes.
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
아, 그런 거야?
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. might have been Freya.
It's
아, 프레아가
It's a
곤충에
very
관심을
precious
많이
specimen,
가졌으니까.
incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
좋게 본 척한 거구나.
this next
다른 사람들도
question
그럴 수
is
있겠구나.
important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
아,
Flora? You mean
What?
Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower
그치,
in the
그치.
first place.
Right.
이유가 가짜났지.
Freya was definitely up to something.
프레아를 무언가를 쫓고
Something to
있었다.
do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we...
정원? 나 이제 이거 풀 수 있나 봐요. 여기도 뭐가 있다.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like.
There's a note.
What does it say? Grimoire?
그래머? 제 새로운 친구입니다. 음악을 좋아하죠. 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 둘에게 행운을 빕니다. 프레야. 둘에게? 우리 둘? 우리가 올 걸 알고 있었어?
What do you think?
그거
Is it
써야 되는
really
거
from
아니에요?
her?
How
출근기?
can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed.
그냥 도둠체던데?
We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little
프레야 안
wooden
죽은
toy
거 아니에요?
thingy?
어디 살아있는 거 아니야?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
우와. 우와. 아까 그 출근기로 가보자. 노래 틀 수 있는 데가 이거밖에 없잖아요. 그쵸? 위에 뭐 열렸어. 잠깐만요. 위에 열렸잖아요. 헐. 이거 뭔데?
What is?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
감개. 이거 뭔데요?
Just dusty junk.
확실해? 얘는 뭔데?
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
It's a jar.
It's standing up straight.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here.
최근에 옮긴
Also,
건가?
it's not a
Oh.
statue.
그럼 뭔데?
It's stuffed. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
여기 뭔가 숨겨져 있구나.
Just dusty junk.
근데 내가 못 찾고 있구나 지금.
Just
내가 못
dusty
찾겠구나.
junk. Just
왜
dusty
빛이
junk.
들어와?
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda.
뭘까? 여기서 내가 구할 수 있는 게 있나 지금?
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this
Kinda.
다 둘러본 건가 나 지금? 바닥에서 빛이? 아 요거.
Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
딱 여기가 보여. 왜?
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is
Kinda.
뭐지? 왜지? 왜 저게 보이지?
The outline of Freya fell. There's a single. No real.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the candle,
So?
so she was probably
Let's
standing.
check the case file again.
뭘까? 왜지? 왜? 눈이야!
The attic's directly above us, right?
위에 눈이 있어.
Yeah.
눈처럼 생겼어 이게. 진짜 모른 척 하시는 거죠? 아니 뭘 자꾸 모른 척 한대요. 뭘 모른 척해. 뭔데 이게. 이거를 이렇게 재생시키면은 다른 걸 할 수는 없는 건가?
Weird.
It's someone humming.
그래 이거 나 이거 하고 싶었어요. 이게 뭔데? 찍어놔요? 어떻게 찍어놔요? 아, 내 핸드폰으로? 미래에 기억 못할 저를 지금 이거? 혹시 참을성이니까 다 들어야 되나요? 그런 건 아니죠? 뭐가 있으면 알아서 이게 띵동하고 떴겠지.
It's piano
떴다.
music.
뭐야 이상해. 일단 나가서 그 포즈를 어떻게 풀어야 되는지 감 좀 잡으러 갑시다. 여기 있는다고 뭐가 될 것 같진 않고.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
이 포즈는 아직 풀 수 없는 것 같습니다. 그런 것 같네요. 여기 또 뭐가 되는 게 있겠죠? 소리 나는 거?
Let's come back later.
이거 좀 다시 읽어보자. 얘가 뭔데? 네 개의 소리를 들어보면 되겠다.
It's a stone.
I think
저기요!
it's supposed to. It's an egg.
소리 나는 건 안 그래도 지금 생각하고 있어요. 새? 새 소리? 너무 단순했나 나 방금? 이렇게는 안 되는 건가?
They're bird cages. But the birds.
Is that a
Oh,
metaphor?
it totally is. Check out
Looks
that.
evil.
Wow, judgmental.
피아노. 야, 너 피아노 좀 쳐봐라. 너 피아노 쳐줄 수 있냐? 야, 너 그거 좀 쳐봐라.
It's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
나 이 자세 너무 좋아요. 앙큼해. 이건 아닌가? 이건 상관없는 건가? 됐다. 떴다. 됐다. 그리고 또 소리 날 만한 게 없는데요? 없는데요? 모르겠는데요. 새소리 말고 하나도 모르겠는데요. 예방에 뭐가 있었나? 없는데요? 되게 쉽게 간다 이제. 해하 안녕하세요 반갑습니다.
There's a name. You know. Just a bunch of clothing weird
To
about that.
you.
Anything else?
Dresses makes me realize there are so many shades.
또 소리가 날 만한 거? 새 소리 말고는 없지 않나?
That bed.
Does it feel
No, you're
it's
right.
not coming from the bed? It's
이것도
coming
뭔가
from-
수상해. 이것도 뭐 어떻게 해야 되는데.
We already solved it.
아 이거 한번 보고
Fifi's
싶었어요.
got something.
What is all this?
어? 탐정을 이 사람이 부른 거였어? 탐정을 이 사람이 불렀고 개웃긴 거 이 사람이랑 이 사람이랑 연결돼 있는 게 없어. 왜? 둘이가 약혼 사이라며. 왜 둘이 연결 안 돼 있는데? 왜 이렇게 연결돼 있는데?
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. It's a bed.
Barely.
저거 떴는데 힌트 떴는데. 밑에 하프 아닌가요? 이거요? 이거 하프 맞아요. 하프에서 소리가 나나? 잠깐만요. 피피와 얘기해야 돼. 또 피피랑 얘기하래. 계속 피피랑 얘기해. 피피가 뭐 아는 게 맞나 봐요.
The
이거.
statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered
종소리.
their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
아 저기 다 있구나. 종이랑 종소리. 종 여기 있었잖아. 새소리. 마지막 새 찾아가면 되겠다. 아 뭐야 다 있었네. 나 그림을 안 봤네 또.
They're bird cages. But the birds
Is
are.
that a
Oh,
metaphor?
it
아
totally.
나룻배 있는데요. 생각 하나도 안 났어. 나룻배에 새가 있었어? 기억 못할 뻔. 됐다. 이걸 이제
That's all for
So,
now. Should
what-
we go back to the garden?
가서 하면 된다. 오케이.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve. Nope.
기억하고 와야 돼요? 이건 기억했는데 저 이거는 기억했거든요. 이건 거 이거 기억하고 와야 돼요?
I'm sure we can solve this now.
기들. 기들. 이따구로 생긴 모양을 내가 어떻게 기억해? 얘가 종이 새가 좀 새처럼 생겼고요. 피아노가 좀 피아노처럼 생겼어요. 종이 좀 종처럼 생겼네요. 최대한 기억해 볼게요.
Let's try this again.
옆에 있잖아요. 이게 이거야? 그냥 이거 따라서 맞추면 되는 거야. 난 여기가 뭐가 변하는 줄 알았어. 난 이게 변하는 건 줄 알았어요. 이렇게 있구나. 이거 뭐야 이게? 왜 이렇게 만들어놨어? 뭐야? 아니 나는 그러니까 저는요 여기 아까 그 새 어쩌고가 있었잖아요. 난 얘네를 변형시킨 얘를 맞추는 건 줄 알았지. 얘네가 다른 애들인 줄 알았지.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
우와
Are we gonna go in?
들어가야지.
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
모든 단서 수집. 단서를 덜 구했구나. 모든 용의자 혐의 조사 완료. 이건 단서를 다 수집하면 이것도 자동으로 되겠죠? 그럼 이것도 알아서 될 거고 단서를 일단 수집해야겠다. 오늘 언제까지 하실 건가요? 저 슬슬 끌려고 했는데요. 너무 재밌네. 혹시 저 반은 왔나요? 가당치도 않나요 지금? 반은 왔냐고 묻는 제가 가당치도 않나요?
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
얘한테 이걸 다 물어보면 뭐가 하나 나오지 않을까?
Now,
이거?
this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah.
음.
You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
어쩌라는 거야? 다 물어봐야 되나 이거?
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Oh. 엥? 끝이야?
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
한미경이랑 그러지 않았어? 저거 갖고? 여기서 이걸 누르면?
There's something about something.
Let's ask her about it.
따따따따따따따. 마,
A wooden trunk.
I want one.
대화 좀 하자.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense. If you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of
아니,
disclosing that
가르쳐줘야
information.
할걸?
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
나 빼고 다 알지. 당신은 딱정벌레를 찾기 위해 고용됐어요. 맞나요?
You're not as hopeless as you look.
날 멍청하게 봤단 말이야?
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
이건 현미경이 아니야.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
현미경에는 무슨 문제가 있을까? 얘가 갑자기 왜 나와? 볼게요.
The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost.
하나만
Maybe just
바꿔버렸어.
change one thing.
훔쳤나?
The handheld microscope is made entirely
아닌데,
out
틀렸는데
of a
또.
telescopic lens. Nope.
거짓말을 했다. 아, 이건가?
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi, when it comes to stuff like this.
Aksha, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
셀리 저렇게 저거 뭐야
When you were
저
a child,
장갑 이렇게 당길
what
때마다
did you aspire to become?
때릴 것 같아 사람 한 대씩.
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
그래 이걸
When
왜
I
가져서
discovered
그러고 있냐고.
that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
자기를 알아봐 주길
You're
원했던
admitting
건가?
you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated.
프레야?
My lead suspect is your murder victim.
이게 단가 일단 힌트를 계속 피피랑 얘기하래. 피피는 다 알아 왜? 할 거 없으면 피피랑 나 얘기하러 가. 나 할 거 없으면 피피랑 얘기하러 간다고 얘한테 다 물어보겠어. 그래. 이게 뭔지 아니? 프레야가 정원에서 벌레를 담아 가져갔다고 했잖아요. 그랬어요? 그랬어요?
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
안 읽었구만. 아니 읽긴 했는데요.
The gramophone
기억이 안
belongs
났을
to Poppy,
뿐이에요.
but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
아 감개.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
농담도 칠 줄 아는구나. 뭐야?
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
아니 다 물어봐야 되나 얘한테?
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
X 한번 눌러볼까요? 아 아니네 아직.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
저게 왜 피가 들어가 있어요?
In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
왜? 왜? 뭐? 에?
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
이것도 자기
Any
핀 거
idea
아니야?
what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
아, 다 해봐야겠다.
Why not
잠깐.
build a...
The search is downright poetic.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just
그렸다고?
being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
여기서 나가봐야 되나? 뭔가 나가봐야 될 것 같아. 아, 또 아니야. 나 뭘 해야 돼? 펠릭스와 얘기해야 돼. 언제 바뀌었을까 이게? 이게 언제 바뀌었을까? 저 TMT랑 얘기해야 돼요? 아, 나 싫어요 얘. 얘랑 얘기하기 싫어. 나 쟤랑 얘기하는 게 제일 싫어. 야, 얘기 좀 하자. 내가 너에게 뭘 물어봐야 될까? 나 이 사람한테 거의 안 물어봤네요? 물어본 게 거의 없네? 나 물어보기 싫었나 봐 되게.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches.
잘
a little bit.
그리셨네요. 근데 왜 당신 딸이 아니라 프레아를 저렇게 조각했을까요?
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people. I've been carving for a couple
이
of
아저씨 말도 너무
years
많고
now.
말도 너무 느려요
I was
심지어.
hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
물감 이 아저씨도 쓰네 근데.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya
프레아가
kindly
진짜
taught me the
이렇게
basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can
프레아가
imagine.
알려줬구나.
Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
뭘 그려야
Artifact,
되는지 감이 딱딱
So,
왔으면 좋겠다.
you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all
웃기고 있네.
that.
네 방에 칼 있지 이 새끼야.
There's something about Felix's something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
이건 나중에 갑시다. 일단 니부터 말해. 딱대.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
그러니까 무슨 의심을 하고 있는 거지 나는? 네? 네? 난 다 하나도 예측하지 못했어. 난 이게 여기서 되게 이게 왜 문제? 아까 했던 대사를 다시 되짚어보자. 기억이 안 나. 이건 잘못된 뚜껑을 왜 덮어? 올바른 색이 아닙니다. 이건 당신의 물감통이 아닙니다. 아마 플레이할
It's
거지
not your
않을까?
paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
뚜껑이 그건가 보다.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
프레아의 물감. 뚜껑이 다르네.
Let's take a closer look at this.
도난당했다. 몰래 뒤바뀌어 있던 건 플렉스의 빨간 물감통. 이를 숨기기 위해 뚜껑이 뒤바뀌어 있었다.
Freya's red paint
Wow.
pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
플렉스라
That
그랬어요.
red paint is from
펠릭스.
Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your
빨간색이
murder.
없어서 자기 피를 쓴 거야? 오 마이 갓. 잠깐만요. 뭘까 이게? 나 여기서 막혔다. 이건가?
This red paint
아닌데?
pot had been emptied of all its red paint before Freya used it to paint Flora. Nope.
아예 다른가 본데? 다시. 가득 채운 것은 피다.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure. So I politely
자기가
asked
프로젝트도 해?
Freya
무슨 프로젝트?
if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly
잠깐은 무슨 잠깐
reasonable
빌리면서 다
request.
쓰면은 그게 잠깐 빌리는 거냐?
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care.
물감이 비쌌나 보지.
Well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why
왜
haven't you
하얀
given
거
it to Flora
빨강이어야 돼?
yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
It's a barometer.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't.
단서를
Isn't
두
it?
개를 더 찾아야
Well,
되거든요.
if you tell
Oh.
단서는 어디 있을까? 근데
the entire
Oh,
room,
it's not
I think
just the actual hole.
일단 아줌마한테 물을 게 있으니까 좀 가보도록 하겠습니다. 대답은 안 해줄 것 같지만.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
야, 대답을 퍽이나 하겠다. 흰색에 빨간색? 저게 칼이 아니라면? 아까 물감 쓸 때 꼭 흰색과 빨간색이 있어야 된다 그랬잖아.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
얘. 이거 아니야?
We'll get to that in a minute.
나중에래. 네? 그럼 좀 몰라요. 뚜하 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 이건가?
That's not it.
흰색과 빨간색? 깃털?
That kinda makes sense.
이건가?
That's not it.
That's not it. 시작된 That's not it.
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 That's not
That's
it.
not it.
That's not
That's
it.
not it.
That kinda makes sense. But no.
신님이 칼 같다고 했던 거예요. 얘요.
We'll get to that in a minute. That's not
That's
it.
not it. 깃털세요. 아, 얘?
That kinda makes sense.
왜 못 찾으셔요? 그러니까요. 얘? 아까 하지 않았나?
Kinda makes sense.
얘?
That's not it.
아까 했잖아. 얘?
That's not it.
예?
That's not it. That's not
야
it.
빡치네.
That's not it. That's not it.
야,
That's not it.
야. 새라니까요? 새. 이건가?
Let's take a closer look at this.
아하. 아! 깃털. 실제로는 깃털이다. 얼룩새의 것이다. 얼룩새가 마지막 한 마리
The painted
남았다며.
knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
렉 걸리면은 트위치로 한번 가보시겠어요?
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
이거? 얘가 얼룩새잖아.
This little thing? I don't understand why
트위치가
Felix would make a
렉걸려요?
model of this bird as part of a gift for
무슨 일이지?
Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
얼룩새는 엥? 팬이 애완동물이었다? 플로라의 애완동물이다. 그래서 기억하기 위해
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe.
아,
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all
이거
her
밥
time
아니야?
staring out the window.
이거 새 밥 아니야? 아까
By the
새랑
way,
그림이랑 같이
she kept the
그려졌던 그
feather.
식물
I
아니에요?
think it was pretty important to her.
너네 머리 좀
Alright.
치워보아.
So she was holding
이거
the
이거 이거
feather
이거 이거
while
이거
Freya was
이거
painting
아까
her.
그려져 있던 거 아니야
But
이거?
where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
대화에 집중 좀 할게요.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally, this is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora?
뭐야 나 소름 돋으려 그래.
She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
플로라와 작은 새를 그린 그림. 뒤에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 당신을 위한 거예요. 사랑합니다, 프레야. 프레야가 줬다는 건가? 아니면은 프레야한테 준다는 건가? 플로라의 그림인데? 아까 그 딱정벌레가 뭐라 그랬지?
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
여기 밑에 뭐 생겼어? 아 이거구나.
It's a garden, I think.
We could-
Ready when you are.
We know a little
혼자.
more about the crime scene now.
음흠.
So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
아니?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question.
응?
Why?
그러니까.
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
그러니까 얘가 누우고 나니 찔린 거 아니야? 위에서 팍 뭘 떨어뜨려가지고.
Still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting?
제이하 안녕하세요.
Wouldn't that leave a
반갑습니다.
hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
정문을 살펴봐야 돼. 정문을 왜 살펴봐요? 이게 정문인가? 이거 뭐야?
Oh,
Oh yeah, Tangle.
Tower. Is that an envelope?
It's been opened. Let's read it.
Isn't that
No, definitely.
조합은 다른 종에 있습니다. 조합을 외운 뒤에는 이 종이를 없애십시오. 당신의 사고에는 동의할 수 없습니다. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 겁니다.
Are we done?
For now, it's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
나 힌트 다 찾은 거예요? 와, 저 진짜 궁금하거든요. 저 진짜 맘 같아서 오늘 다 끝내고 싶은데 일단 방송은 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 엔딩 얼마 안 남았나요? 저 좀만 더 하면 가능한가요, 지금? 지금 끊기 약간 애매한 타이밍인가? 저키요. 한 2시간 남았어요. 그러면 여기서 끊었다 갈게요.
Where's that
It's
light?
just daylight. There's a decent.
나 이게 너무 수상해. 여기서 뭔가 탁 떨어뜨리면 탁 맞출 수 있는 그 공간 아니야? 얼마 안 남았어요. 얼마 안 남았다고? 그럼 나는 궁금하긴 해.
Where
당장
do you
들어가.
think it got?
Down.
프레야 있는 거 아니야? 그치만 쥐님이라 저 근데 꽤 잘하고 있지 않아요 지금? 생각보다 나쁘지 않지 않아요? 아닌가? 저 다른 사람보다 지금 느린 편인가요? 딱 정벌레.
What's in there?
이걸 연구하고 있구나.
It's a little diagram of a beetle.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them.
크기인가?
It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. 9 beetles. There's mostly numbers.
오케이, 일단 더 뒤져봅시다.
It looks the liquid is ice cold. A cracked
다
glass
하나씩
tank
깨져
with
있네.
9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms. Forensic entomology.
That's an incredibly specific. A candle. Perched
Very
on-
medieval.
I was thinking.
Medieval pirates.
너무 빨리 넘어가나요? 아니야, 읽고 있어. 눈으로 읽고 있어요.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide
걸쇠를
into the
중앙으로
middle.
움직일 수 있을 거야. 걸쇠가 올바르게 자리 잡을 때까지 대각선으로 밀어봐. 일단 다 꺼내놓고 봐야겠네. 그쵸? 이거 뭘 하느냐에 따라서 올라가는 게 다른가? 똑같네? 제가 빨리 끝낼 수 있는 것 같나요? 오늘 안에는 안 되겠네요. 뭔 소리예요? 말이 없으신 걸 보니 집중하셨군요. 예, 그렇습니다. 정말 모르겠는걸?
Reset the
아까
puzzle.
끊을 걸 그랬나? 아까 끊어야 됐나? 괜히 쓸데없이 할래요 이러고 킨 건가 나 지금? 아까 끊어야 했어 나. 뭐하는 짓거리야 이게 지금. 이거 정말 쉽지예요? 그래요? 나는 왜 안 쉽지예요?
Reset the puzzle.
일단 얘는 있어야 될 거 아니야. 얘가 있어야 연결이 될 거 아니야. 얘네 두 개는 꼭 있어야 되는 거 아니에요? 이렇게? 한 개만 보세요. 집중한다고 말을 안 하는 유튜버가 있다? 그거 바로 나. 이러면 끊기지 않아. 아, 죄송한데 주바 그만 외치세요. 저 끈다고 안 했어요. 한 개만 보라며요. 아유, 침착해.
Reset the puzzle.
이걸 초기화하는 게 의미가 있나? 아니. 한 번 다 꺼내 보시겠어요? 더 안 보이는 걸요? 다 꺼냈어요. 봐요. 이게 여기 있어야 돼요. 얘는 여기 맞춰야 돼. 얘는 여기 맞아야 되는 게 맞아요. 그리고 얘는 열로 내려면 안 되는 게 맞아요. 왜냐면 길이 있어야 되니까. 얘를 치워. 그 다음에 얘는 일단 이 길로 가야 되는 게 맞는 것 같다. 그럼 얘를 내려. 얘가 이 길로 가야 돼. 그럼 얘는 치워야 되는 게 맞아. 저 길로 가려면 길이 이어져 있어야 되는 거 아니야? 이게 문제 아니야? 목이 꺾일 것 같아요. 이게 여기가 아니어지는데? 다른 게 있나? 이렇게? 이러면 그냥 가려지잖아 또. 되는 것 같다, 그쵸?
I got it.
I'm impressed.
내 목.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
비밀 연구물, 연구 노트 및 도표 폴더 어쩌고저쩌고. 고유의 동식물은 아직 알려지지 않은 수많은 화학물질의 부산물이다. 어쩌고저쩌고. 호수를 채운다. 구름을 형성하고 호수를 채운다. 이것은 식물과 동물의 다양한 돌연 변이를 일으킨다. 여기서 황금 딱지가 나온 건가? 화학물질은 먹이 사슬을 따라 올라가서 새와 파충류에게도 돌연 변이를 일으킬 수 있다. 우리가 아는 한 포유류는 완전히 영양권 외이다. 우리가 아는 한 포유류는 사람 같은 거는
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
이거 그거 아니야? 이게 그 아저씨가 연구한 거잖아. 교수 시키. 이것만 빼고 훔쳐간 거야? 아니면 이걸 훔쳐간 거야?
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But
아, 이게
if
그냥 포인터의
Pointer's the
그거였구나.
only one who
연구실이었구나.
comes down here, Why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
왜 이렇게 많을까? 왜 숨겨져 있을까?
Pointer wasn't aware of the golden beetle in the underground laboratory. Almost. Maybe just change.
번식?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty...
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle.
맞아.
We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
또 있어? 밑에 가요?
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out
여기는
slightly.
호수 미친 것
I
같은데,
think it's
그쵸?
a children's book.
그새. 얼룩새, 빨갛고 하얀 깃털의 우아한 새. 은뱀, 영혼 전달자, 양서구리.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
저주하는 거 아니야?
So
사진을
what's the
찌르는
photo?
거면? 액체에 뭔가 있지만 약간 젖어 있다. 사진 속엔 한 소녀가 있다. 플로라 맞나? 그 옆에는 큰 남자가 앉아 있다. 뭐 아빠일 거고. 빨갛고 하얀색을 묘사해 있다. 찌른 상태. 남자의 가슴 근처에 구멍이 나 있다.
Do you know who it is? In the photo?
Basement.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right.
응?
But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we? This room looks old. Like
It makes the rest of the house. Basements
we're at the bottom of the
천장이
lake.
예쁘지 않나요?
Right. But if that's
Like
the
what?
white, no plants, that's not what a lake looks like.
This
끈이요?
room looks like
It makes the rest of the house.
되게 많이 떴다.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
it's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom,
그치.
not lighter.
그치.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And
이걸
why
어떻게
is it so
만들었어?
much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
뭔데? 난
This
모르겠어.
man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
등치가 큰 남자? 이 사람인가?
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
아빠?
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
지하방 들어오고 알게 된 건데요. 이 타워는 그러니까 레밍턴가 타워였다가 이제 플로라 여동생이랑 이렇게 각자 이렇게 결혼하면서 한 타워에 두 가정이 살게 됐다 이거죠. 난 이걸 지금 알았어요. 방금. 여기 들어와서 알았어요.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see
Let me
them.
guess.
그 가게도를 너무 안 봤나 봐 내가.
The rooftop god. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
지금 하셨다니 충격. 저도 충격.
It's the aviary. The rooftop god. That name makes a little more sense. That's the... It's not labeled as
I
anything.
think it already existed when this was made. It's the
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
아. 원래 수면 여기였다가 이만큼 차오른 거예요?
The library.
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
Music room. It's the aviary.
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think.
연구실.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never
맞아,
went
우린
in
못
there.
봤어.
How did we miss it?
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed. Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
좀 보고 가도 되나요?
It's an
Two
old...
cloaks. And
Oh,
how
no.
혹시 뭐
extravagant.
있을 수 있으니까.
Oh,
How
no,
extravagant.
and empty.
제가 빠르게 보고 갈게요.
A
This is, I
slide.
think it's a children's
좀
book.
봤던 거. 패스.
There's a roll, let me
Alice.
guess.
아, 봤던 거, 애도 봤던 거네. 패스. 다 본 거 같죠 그러면은?
Oh,
How
no,
extravagant.
and empty.
갑시다. 천장 이쁜, 야 그냥 이뻐서 말씀하신 거였나요?
Let's not wander off right now.
왜? 아 바로 가자고.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
어떡해.
This...
How are we supposed to get?
Hang on. It's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
스위치를 눌렀어.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
올라가야지. 말이라고. 숨겨진 심장부? 헉, 여기가 제일 중요한 곳인 거야? 저 밑에 거는 심장부가 아니었던 거지. 어머, 이거 뭐야?
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
중앙에 빈 곳에 세 개의 선이 그려져 있다. 아래는 망토리 문실. 얘 걔잖아. 탐정 아니에요? 사설 탐정? 지가 연구되고 있다는 사실을 아는 건가? 사설 탐정은?
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few...
I'm more worried about the third one.
세 번째
The
무기야?
third
아
one?
사라졌어.
The one that isn't there.
헐키.
Crumpled up...
Is there anything
Not
written?
really. It's mostly black. Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
누구? 얘는 걔고. 사진 속에는 2명의 여성과 3명의 남성이 다양한 스타일의 옷을 입고 있다. 5명 모두 얼굴이 까맣게 잉크질 되어 있다. 기생충. 저기요. 얘는 걔 아니에요? 아, 나 이름이 다 생각이 안 난다. 걔 아니 지금 머리가 하얘졌어. 얘는 그 파피인가 걔 아닌가? 얘는 뭔데? 얘는 피피야 혹시? 얘는 피치야? 얘는 교수야? 얘는 그러면은 누구세요? 아버지세요? 누구? 뒤죽박죽 섞여 있는 거 아니에요? 그러면은 한 가문만 있는 건 아닌데.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
그래 내가 더 확 중요해 보여.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy,
맞아.
but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I
옛날
look at
사람들인가 보다
it,
조상인가
I
보다
don't think it
뭔가.
is him.
응? 얘는 뭐예요?
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah. They're on the inside.
안에서 난 자국이요? 무슨 그런
It's a
끔찍한
wooden
소리를
pin
하세요?
hung up on one of the
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
dragon.
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
안에서 난 자국이라니 무슨 그런 끔찍한 소리를
That's how we
아무렇지
got
않게
in.
하세요.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in or out. Those aren't
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many.
Is that
It's got a translucent exoskeleton.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? You sure we should be touching it?
리하 안녕하세요.
Grimoire,
반갑습니다.
don't you think it
이거
looks
아까 그
familiar?
동화에 있던 그 걔 아니에요?
I guess
I
that's
don't think we need to
What do
get.
you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file. This crab really.
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
이거? 뭐 어쩌라는 거지? 이거 말하는 거 아닌가?
Is
It's
that-
got a trans.
Also, crabs. I guess that's
I don't think we
What do you
need.
mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file. This crab really
That
reminds.
little wooden.
Yeah, but I don't think. I think I've seen it more recently.
나무 장난감? 휴대폰 꺼내요. 사진 찍고 가시죠? 네? 사진을 찍어야 하나요? 이 사진을 왜 찍어요? 팔 각도도 바꿀 수 있는 거 아니에요? 아. 얘를 찍어야 되는 거예요? 뭘? 아니요. 얘를 보란 거야. 얘를 보란 거야. 어쩌란 거야. 얘 뭐라는 거야?
It's got a trans.
Also, crabs.
아 이렇게? 아이고 아이씨. 오 미안해 미안해. 미안해. 이렇게 있어야 되니 너? 아니 잠깐만. 이렇게 있어야 되나? 이렇게 있어야 되는 것 같아. 약간 요각도인 것 같아.
Perfect.
아이고.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
이걸로 써주겠나 봐요.
What is it?
여러분 진행이 좀 빨라도 이해를 읽으실 수 있으실까요,
Was someone
여러분들께서?
trying to hide it from us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
이미 찾았잖아.
We found them already. I think that might not this part.
네? 일단 이거
I think that not this.
아니 좀 치워봐요. 이거 좀 치워봐요. 아니 저기요. 잠깐만요. 나 왜 저거부터 눌렀어? 나 뭐 눌렀어요 방금? 나 위에 있는 뭘 눌렀던 것 같은데 이거 아니요. 아니요 저기요.
That doesn't.
We need something that could.
저기요.
Let's think
I
about
don't
it.
know.
Right.
아 이거. 얘부터 했어야 됐어.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You
근데
don't
왜,
think the
왜
crossbow is the
죽여야
murder
돼?
weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
그치. 또 건들 게 있나?
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
빨간색 천조각이 아직 보인다. 깃털 아니에요 이거?
It's a wooden pinball.
Looks like there's a couple of things
아니
missing
나 이거
from
보려고
it.
한 거 아니야. 깃털 아니야? 이거 태우다 만 깃털 아니야? 이거 빨간 천조각은 뭐야 그러면은? 나 뭘 더 봐야 되지? 지금?
That's a bookcase.
What a surprise.
얘도 아니고. 왜 정갈 같은 애는 없냐? 나 이거 어디 가야 돼 이제? 힌트. 연구실을 살펴봐야 돼. 살펴봐.
Those
Some of
are,
them
at least they're all
are. You
empty.
sure that's a good thing?
Do those look
Yeah, they're
like
on the inside. Dragon.
snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
Dragon.
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
뭘 더 봐야 될까요?
Coffee table. I'm gonna
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook
찾았다.
lying around.
내 미스티드 친구를 실험을 위해 음악실로 데려갔다. 성공적이었다. 실험조차 실망을 안겨줬다. 어쩌고저쩌고. 지하에 갔다. 전망이 좋다. 대부분 사라진 상태지만 내가 원하는 것을 얻었다. 그녀가 들어왔었다. 조심해서 아무것도 움직인 것은 없다. 하지만 난 알지. 때가 왔다.
Someone's been using this room.
니네 이러고 있으면 안 되는 거 아니야?
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
설마 우리가 가지고 있어요? 언제부터?
That's definitely the right kind of. None of the pages match up to what's on.
아 짜증나. 난 또 몰라. 아 여기 있다. 어? 또 이건가?
I think that, but not this part.
That
We
doesn't.
need something that could attach.
저긴 뭐가 있어야 돼 그러면? 중앙엔 뭐가 있어야 되죠? 얘인가? 얘는
That's not
아닌 것
right.
같아.
Something that's been taped at the top.
뭐라고요?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
맨 위에 테이프가
with
붙어 있던 거. 나 왜
The
모르겠냐?
painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference.
아,
And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective
그래
Hawkshaw
이거
about
학교에서
all
만나서
this?
얘기해봐야 되는 거
I'm
아니야?
not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook.
저도
Time to
준비해야
put it
되나요?
all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound.
음?
It's the murder weapon.
음흠.
I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
위에서 쐈겠지.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there.
Mhm.
The reel was
Oh,
used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
응?
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have
친절하다.
dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
근데 프레아는 왜 누워 있었던
The
거예요?
arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards.
기다리면 알겠지.
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
이미 누워 있는 상태 이거 말고는 답이 없지 않나?
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
와 진짜 어렵다. 이미 살해당한 뒤였어? 저기 갑자기 왜 나와? 의식이 없는 상태였어? 그러진 않았을 것 같은데? 쉬고 있다고? 마룻바닥에 들이누워가지고?
She'd already been killed.
You think so?
Maybe not.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
아 이렇게 다 알려주는구나.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
축음기?
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
축음기 안에 뭔가 있었어.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
축음기가 그리고 쟤를 향해 있었지. 아 이건 좀 그만 보여줘요. 열매였나? 열매인가요? 뭐게요? 몰라요.
That's not it. That's not it.
That's not it. That's
That's
not
not
it.
it.
당신은 이미 알고 있다? 모르겠는데요. That's not it.
That's not it.
That's not it. That's not it. 당신은 이미 읽었다? 축음기 안에 들어있던 거. 테이프 아니야?
That's not it.
That's not it. 닭장 벌레?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said
그치,
they heard a
소음을
loud
들었다고
noise
그랬지.
around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either.
이거 아닐
It
줄
might
알았죠.
just be
아니에요.
a particular
알았어요.
type of frequency.
진짜
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone.
미리 실험을 한
That
건가
broken
저기서?
glass isn't there on
아.
accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
깨진 거?
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I
벌레도
don't get.
죽은 거 아니야 그
If the
정도면?
frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much
헤드셋?
further away from the gramophone than Flora
귀마개?
was.
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to
와
music
게임
on the
진짜
gramophone.
친절하네요 근데.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something.
뭔데?
Let's go back to the crime scene.
야 이 한밤중에 남의 집 이렇게 막 돌아다녀도 돼야? 뭘 하고 싶은겨?
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
그림에 직접 피를 묻혔다. 그녀의 빨간 물감은 피로 바꾸어져 있었다. 그림에 있다고요?
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
그니까 책에 있어 이거. 이거. 너 어쩌라는 거지?
Plant. It's in
What?
Look.
와 진짜 모르겠어. 쉿거리는 어쩌고저쩌고. 아이 그만해.
The answer is in the painting.
아니,
I'm
알아.
sure of it.
기다려봐. 사진 이런 걸 좀 더 찾아봐야 되나? 나 진짜 모르겠다. 당신은 이미 답을 알고 있다. 그만해. 나는 몰라 답을. 내가 답을 알고 있다고? 난 몰라요. 내가 답을 알고 있는 게 아니라 내가 답이 되는 증거를 가지고 있는 거겠지. 야, 힌트 내놔. 힌트 내놔. 더 확인을 해볼까요?
It's dark. It's dark.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
우리 단서를 남긴 건가요? 모르겠는데요. 뭔데? 왜 또 자기 혼자만 아는데?
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
아까 다른 데 있었잖아.
You found it somewhere else.
그러면 이 방에 들어갔다 나갔단 소린데?
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
다시 뭐 자기 발로 걸어 들어왔겠지.
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
R? 끝내지 못한 그림? R은 뭔데?
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it. But she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
프레아는 자기가 그릴 그림의 계획을 어떻게 보여줬을까? 이거?
That's not it.
That's not it. That's not it.
That's not it.
That's not it.
That's not it.
That's not it. 또 내가 알고 있다 그럴 거죠. 또 당신은 알고 있다 그럴 거죠.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
그래 여기 있는 걸 어떻게 알아 제가. 내가 알고 있다고? 내가 언제 알았는데. 내가 뭘 아는데.
That's not it. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
그런 의미야? 안 칠한 색이 있다는 거잖아요 지금 여기서. 그 그림은 뭘까? 나 안 보여요. 뭔데? 위치를 봐요. 물감의 위치? 여기요? 너 보여요. 왜 저한테 확신을 줘요? 그림의 색의 위치랑 같잖아요. 그쵸? 창문에 앉아있던 무언가? 이건가?
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint
왜
the
아무것도
sketch
없는데요?
of something sitting in the window.
여기 뭐 점이라도 찍어주든가 벌레 같은 거.
The window. Oh.
침착해. 침착해.
That's not it.
아! 침착해. 또 떼진 날이 들을 거야? 침착해. 창문에 있던 무언가? 그게 뭔데? 스케치가 안 보여요? 그럴 리가. 화분? 말고는 안 보이는데요? 쥐님은 알고 계세요. 화분이요.
That's not it.
화분이요?
That's not it.
That's not it. 화분 말고는 안 보이는데? 기둥, 산. 이게 산이야 근데?
That's not it.
와, 나 미치겠다.
That's not it.
세상의 새와 비슷하지 않나요? 와, 나 얘 진짜 눈에 안 보였어요. 그럼 범인은 걔야? 걔 이름도 생각 안 나. 지금 범인 얘야? 팬이라고?
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
소름
She did. But she's a very good listener.
님 뭔데? 님 뭔데 거기서 나오고.
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality
야, 걔
demanding our
목소리였다고?
attention? Lovely. Now, tell me.
뭐야, 왜
What
수준이
was
잡혀주는
it
거야?
that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya fell
가요. 아야가 가요.
inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
총 쏜 건
You know what?
누구예요?
I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
뭐 살인자겠지 이제. 아이고 깜짝이야.
Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you
네.
not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
개열받아. 연구실?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up.
그러네.
I thought I
예방도
was
피니까.
cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
이게 뭐예요?
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
당연하죠.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more
뭔데,
observant than
근데?
I thought.
뭐를 눌러야 돼?
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians,
Ah.
anything living off the lake water. The
아.
mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids? Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
모르겠는데요.
That's not it.
That's not it. 아, that's not it. 또 시작이야.
That's not right.
That's not it.
That's not
That's
right.
not it. 이제 쟤도 that's not it 하네. 짜증나게. 또 내가 알고 있다 그럴 거죠. 페니가 연구실에서 찾은 거? 이 사람들? 이 5명이 그럼 그 떠난 5명인가 보다. 그쵸?
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
뭐를?
There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
이거?
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique?
궁금은
Before
했죠.
Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
네?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, Unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
네, 잘 읽고
What are
있습니다.
you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
그치.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away.
왜?
For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona.
뭔 소리야,
The real
저것도?
reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora.
She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough.
I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural.
I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially.
Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
저거 어떻게 꺼내요? 무슨 일이야?
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
예?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know she, That she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us because he liked Penny a lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself.
저거 그냥 모자라며.
Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge.
뭐야?
I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
이렇게 끝이란 말이야? 와. 스토리가 너무 복잡해요. 왜 살인까지 일어났어야 돼? 두 번은 봐야 돼요? 그래야 이해를 해요? 그럼 이해를 할 수 있어요? 두 번 봐도 이해가 안 가면 어떡하죠? 그러니까요. 왜 자꾸 강요하세요? 재밌었죠? 추천해준 이유를 알겠죠? 아 재밌어요. 재밌어. 재밌고 되게 진짜 약간 난다. 성우가 진짜 큰 역할을 한 것 같아요. 이거 더빙한 게 진짜 대박이에요. 더빙이 몰입감을 미치게 해줘. 난 이거 해석을 좀 찾아봐야겠다. 전 이거 해석을 다시 읽어봐야 알 것 같아요. 아, 탱글타워. 해석 없던데? 아, 젠장. 왜 죽인 거지? 아, 암튼 탱글타워 재밌게 봤습니다. 진짜 더빙 덕분에 영화 보듯이 술술 봤네요. 이거 너무 웃겨. 종료할까요? 종료할. 종료할. 재밌었습니다.